in a couple weeks. Okay. Okay. When last we left you, Blue Hearts, your separated groups continued their journeys through the Swamp of Mirrors, one of the many layers of the Abyss. You managed to rescue a demon from a terrible fate, and in return, he provided you knowledge on how to escape this lair. You must journey to the Blood Lake and pry the portal out of this lair, out of the swamp, from the belly of Gozathun, the sire of blood, an ancient blood kraken that formed upon the lake's creation. And that's where we pick up as you plot the means by which you will accomplish this task. And I don't think you had come to a conclusion in the previous session as how you were going to exactly do this, but that's where we'll pick up.
I remember I had one idea of pitting the fungus queen, the rot queen against the kraken, and I also had the idea that I could dominate one of the kraken's like little slithery boys and somehow try to like use that to tempt him away from the lair. That's all I remember that I brought up.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where we're leaning, is using the absence of the Lady of Rot, or whatever the fuck, to convince the Kraken to show itself. But I think we were still trying to debate the fine details.
Okay. So I would say your current situation is you have, you're aware of generally what you have to do here. Gozathun is an ancient being. Krakens generally are incredibly smart anyway. So with that in mind, considering just how you could lure this creature outside of its lair, could be possible. You will have to come up with a good plan.
I remember Dune said that he could reverse gravity.
Yes. If you can find it. If you can find the creature, the Kraken.
We came to, I think, a pretty solid conclusion that trying to enter the Blood Lake ourselves and engage is like, we just don't have any sort of ability that I'm aware of that would allow us to traverse that terrain in a way that wouldn't be like certain death.
Yeah,
because even if we had freedom of movement on us, which would negate the that problem, we would be taking effect, like whatever negative effect from the blood, unless it was like the two people that have environmental immunity. Everyone else would be getting fucked up by whatever negative status, ailment, affliction, whatever that the blood lake causes, and that will probably be pretty severe based on the fact that even a demon said don't go in that lake. So like that I think is our biggest hurdle, is
right,
trying to figure out a way to where we can do this without going directly into the blood water.
The problem is that, it's a kraken in its lair. It's not going to feel incentivized any way to leave it because it's at its most powerful when it's down there. I just wonder if we could somehow, like, if Seven was able to dominate one of its creatures and had the ability to communicate with it and try to convince it. If we could try to convince it that the Lady of Rot or Queen of Rot or whatever was trying to mount an offensive on it to, like, establish her superiority over this this layer once and for all. I'm not really sure if that's even something that would convince it to come out, because it's like, all right, well, come and get me, motherfucker. I'm in my hidey hole.
I think we were leaning more towards trying to tempt it with opportunity because she's not here right now.
That's true.
She's not in her domain. She's off doing whatever the fuck all the demons are doing. I feel like that's
Oh, that's
potentially
true. Yeah.
I feel like that's potentially a more promising idea
Like
to
inform it that she's not here on
yeah,
this
to
layer right now.
try and like trick it to leave because it's
Yeah.
like
That's a good idea.
I think you were the one who suggested that.
Yeah, maybe. I was a very much smarter person 3 weeks ago.
I mean, but we're thinking in the right direction.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough to convince it. And then like the thing is, if we convince it through this dominate monster thing, because it's gonna know that someone's interfering. Because it's gonna know if it's one of its monsters. As Falk keeps saying, it's a very intelligent creature. So if one of its little guys suddenly just starts like saying all this shit about the Lady of Rot being gone and like whatever, it's gonna know that something's up. It's gonna know that someone else is getting involved because it knows what its little guys are capable of, like in terms of their intelligence or whatever. So we could use that as a means to communicate with it, but we'd have to come up with a pretty solid angle. Because otherwise, I feel like if we approach it that way, it will be suspicious.
Is there any other way we could communicate it with it, though?
I mean,
because if I dominate it might not even be something I'm trying to do surreptitiously. It could be like, well, this is the only way we could think to talk to you. So we could just present it as though, hey, we have valuable information. This is a good opportunity for you, you know? And we do kind of like want to be able to go the next layer, but you know, we're not demons. We don't care what you do here. Like, if you want to go do this thing, like, and just let us pass by, we're not gonna.
Well, then, you know, now that I think about it, I was thinking of it as like some sort of like. I was thinking about about this thing as in a way that functions differently than how Dominate Monster works, which I was getting ahead of myself. So Dominate Monster is actually even more restrictive because we wouldn't really be able to directly communicate. We'd only be able to tell it what to do, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe it has some sort of way of like communicating complex information, but
yeah, I would say
I have a telepathic
probably
link to it. I can issue commands to the creature while you are conscious. It does its best to obey. Can specify a simple and general course of action or give it more direct commands. So yeah.
But like, how do we use that?
It says you can use your action to take total and precise control of the target.
Oh. Like, do you like basically like start like piloting it?
I guess so. The creature takes only actions you choose and doesn't do anything that you don't allow it to.
Dominate monster?
Yeah.
That's like an 8th level, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it would also, you know, it would be rolling wisdom saving throws. I'm not even sure.
I will tell you this much. Based on your observations, as you're all contemplating this and like thinking about how you can accomplish this, you are observing the lake and you're seeing occasionally these creatures cresting and submerging again. It's a possibility, but you'll have to be very careful about the creature that you choose to dominate. Some of these may not be intelligent creatures that can speak.
Right.
Are these different creatures? I thought these were all the same thing.
These bloodfins, they are, but there's other creatures in the lake.
Oh.
The bloodfins are not sentient. They're very dumb.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Like, I was like, how would we utilize that kind of creature to communicate like something of this level of complexity to the Kraken? Short of like fucking writing it on the like writing like what does a Kraken speak? Primordial or
get
something.
A piece of paper,
like,
right?
Yeah, like put it like fucking carve it into the things like scales. Like I don't know. we want to communicate a specific idea, and I don't think I'm worried that the dominate monster, while a good way to connect to get directly to it, is not going to allow us to get the information across.
I think that just depends on what monster we're dominating. We could potentially combine like 2 of our plans, where if we wanted to like act like we're presenting a gift of treasure to the Kraken or something. I don't think it would come up itself, but it would probably send like at least its enthralled creatures that are smart enough to know what's going on.
It's definitely a possibility. Well, wait. So when we use legend lore, did we learn about what kind of minions it has? I feel like I remember something about there being like it only having certain like minions.
So the minions that it has are other creatures that were formed from the death of the Leviathan precursor.
It's not just the blood fins.
It's not just the blood fins. There are these. There are actual globules of living blood that are oozing around.
Right, but those are likely even less intelligent.
Possible. A lot of the stuff around here is not too intelligent. The Kraken is sort of a big fish in a little pond, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible you may have some better luck with more intelligent creatures within the forest.
Yeah,
if
but
you want to have
if
some
that's
sort of.
we would. I mean, I guess I could just have one swim down there, regardless of what happens to it. But
well, then you're.
there's no guarantee a
I don't want
terrestrial demon would be able to speak to a Kraken
I don't want
underwater
to
in blood.
I don't want to discourage interesting ideas, but I'd be worried about using an 8th level spell on some monster that would get just torn to pieces by the native blood fish in that pond before it could even get to the Kraken. Like if they consider it hostile, they might just attack it on sight, whatever it is.
Let's just throw a rock into the lake and see what comes up.
Oh, this is a real brain buster.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't get to have my little aha moment where I look in the inventory of all the items we don't use, and then finally find a use for the item. I'm not seeing anything that could really like.
You just use the pigments to make a little boat.
I mean, I suggested I make a submarine, but that was a joke because there's no way we know what a submarine is.
Then we would really be doing Iron Lung. That's like literally the plot of that game.
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's a scary game.
It's a horror game where you are on a moon and you're in a tiny little submarine in a blood lake, and the porthole has been sealed because of it's a piece of shit and it would crumple otherwise, and the only way you can see around you is to like take pictures.
This is terrifying. I'm looking at Steam. Wow, this is scary.
I've never heard of this before.
Came out apparently a few months ago.
Germa played off-locked himself.
Oh, yeah.
And then the dev had to tweet about it on Twitter, but he didn't at Germa or anything. He was just tweeting troubleshooting tips to no one.
That's funny.
Well, yeah, looking at these pictures of the game, it does look very scary. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind for later if I ever feel like torturing myself for no reason.
If I want to be scared of everything. You have one more use of BodeNet. Yes. I will give you this one for free because I feel like if you looked up information about this Kraken specifically, you would have had this information. So Guzathun, Sire of Blood, the treasures that it values are not necessarily
material.
It's interesting, Considering its habitat, the fact that it was created by a primordial dragon dying, and the fact that it is pretty much a supremely intelligent being living in a lake surrounded by these mindless beasts, it does not get a lot of intellectual stimulation. It values games. It values challenges. It likes to yeah, it basically it wants to be entertained.
I'm gonna ask, since we've been trying to decide what we're doing, can we say that we've been taking a short rest?
You can do that if you want, but I will also be asking for a wisdom save from all of you if you do that.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm pretty fucked up.
I feel like my opinion might matter less, because if anyone's gonna succeed at all these saving throws, it's gonna be me.
Yeah, my wisdom save is pretty bad.
Like I'm
Y'all
at
are
less.
pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
Fuck off.
I'm the least at risk of succumbing to this corruption. So I don't care. But I do care about everyone else's well-being. I think Goff's gonna be okay.
Looking at the numbers, Goff is fine. Everyone else is. Ugh.
I think Goff succeeded on every roll so far.
Yeah.
Because he's got a ridiculous wisdom save.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna have to fight a Kraken at some point, I would like to be closer to full health.
That's between y'all.
That's fair.
I will help heal people. If we, I can also if you just want to heal your HP, I can throw out a mass curans.
I also recover sorcery points if I do a short rest.
Yeah, you have already burned through half your sorcery points just in that one fight because you went spicy against that guy.
Sometimes you have to spend your sorcery points out of spite, Falk. What other reason do I have them?
It's true.
I just started lagging, so if I disappear...
Oh no. Alright, well, you can all decide whether you want to take that short rest. Bear in mind, if you do that, I will be asking for a wisdom save from everybody.
Anybody have something? I mean, I feel like it's kind of a moot point. Like, we could offer it something to entertain it, but this all hinges on whether or not we're able to communicate with it, which I think is still the limiting factor.
We could just try yelling at the lake.
This is what we just need to drop a really big rock into the lake and see what happens.
Oh, does anyone have meteor swarm?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
We just same our draconic sorceress does. She's not
what does
here right
Dune
now.
have? I don't think he does not have meteor swarm.
Well, there's a lot of ways we could approach intellectual stimulation.
I'm going to try something. It could be that it does absolutely nothing, but I can do this once a day for free.
Okay.
I'm just gonna cast fairy fire out over the lake.
Fairy fire. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the range on that? That
60.
is a 60-foot range. Okay.
20-foot cube.
20-foot cube. Okay.
It's just, I mean, I know it just ends up outlining objects inside of it, but I've always kind of like imagined that it's kind of like a firework kind of effect when it goes off.
Absolutely. Like, you all watch as Seven like raises his hand, and these bursts of multicolored light, green and purples and blues, just dazzle the exterior of the lake a little bit further out. After a moment, you watch as coming into existence, you see the outline of one of these blood fins, sort of outlined by a like this kind of prismatic border. It's just sort of swimming around down there.
Does it seem like, I know it's outlined by the effect, but did it seem like it noticed the fire at all, or is it just kind of doing its thing?
I say that noticing that it crests above the surface of the lake for a
The
moment.
Blake.
The Blake, yeah.
Okay. They're certainly paying some attention to what is outside the lake, but I'm not sure we're going to get them to just come out. They did swim towards us when we were first here, right?
They did. You're about 60 feet out. Are you trying to get one to come to shore? Is that it?
No, I'm just seeing, like, I'm just spitballing and seeing what kind of reactions they have to anything going on
It's-
around them.
I'd say that the bright lights definitely summited to the surface briefly. It breaches the surface and snaps its large, doubly fanged maw a few times, utters this guttural cry, and then submerges again, as if it's like warding off its territory.
I'm not sure how much use they will be.
So I do have a suggestion, but it might be a bad one. We do have 2 people with our environmental immunity, meaning that they can navigate the blood freely without dying to the blood itself. Now, that is a bad idea because it would isolate 2 people. We don't know what else is down there or how much of it's down there. And if we get too close to the Kraken before we're able to intrigue it or whatever, then we're just we're going to have another problem. But those would be 2 people capable of complex speech. The question is, even if we were to do that, what can we possibly say to catch this thing's attention in a way that it's not going to immediately try to destroy us? Because we're not going
Sadly,
to.
I don't have anything.
we
I wish
bring-
if I was your 8th, I might have some weird, goofy stuff on me, but I don't have any items.
We can't. Even if Goff and Verna were to go down there, how do we get that thing to come all the way back up? Because we're not going to have the whole party down there. But there's no real easy there's no way to get the whole party down there in a way that's not severely dangerous. And it only solves one of the problems we have if we send if we send these two characters down there. That only allows us to communicate without having to call it back up. But beyond that, I have no it feels like everything that we're suggesting is just complete guesswork, and I feel like, there has to be some of that. If we're just throwing stuff at the wall completely with no real certainty, it's gonna be very risky, which I guess is kind of the point. But
I'm gonna continue to fuck around if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna use some cantrips. I'm going to use dancing lights and just kind of do something similar as what I was doing with the fairy fire, just to see if I can get one of those blood fins to get that crest back towards the surface of the lake.
Okay.
And then once I can see it, I want to cast message on it.
Okay, yeah. Let me just do a roll real quick to see if you can get it. So hold on a second. Let me make sure I understand something. Fairy fire. When you used fairy fire before, it was just light. It wasn't.
It is a
there was
concentration. Yeah, it does make
there was
a
no accompanying
field.
sounds. Was
no,
there?
I don't
There was
think
no
it makes
accompanying sound.
sounds. It's just, I mean,
Okay.
it's a verbal component, but I don't think it doesn't at least say in the spell description that there's a sound.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Let me get my dice. do not think my perception is as good on this character. Yeah, that's bad. 9.
9. Okay. There's a haze over the blood lake. It makes it a little bit difficult to perceive these creatures. There's not an immediate response to your dancing lights. It's only when Uno joins in with a baseline that you watch the creature breach the surface once more. And it seems to be directing its head in the direction of the sound that Uno is making, and releasing these guttural cries to like threatening a threat display, basically to ward the intruder on its territory away.
Yeah, if it's within 120 feet, regardless of whether or not it can understand, I wanted to try to like cast message on it and just say
Sure.
hi.
Okay. So message. Okay.
Says point towards a creature in range, whisper a message. It will hear the message and reply in a whisper, and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
It doesn't say anything about whether they can understand you.
It doesn't, which is
Bizarre.
yeah. I feel like it's a cantrip. I doubt it can give any creature knowledge of a language it wouldn't be able to otherwise understand.
Yeah. Let me see one thing. I'd say when you cast this message spell at the creature, it shakes its head for a moment, flares its nostrils, and then releases another guttural cry from its maw, and then submerges again.
I don't think they can understand anything, which isn't a good sign for us.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm kind of I've like given up on the blood fins, because I think they're just going to be nuisances that are in the way. But good to confirm.
There's no way for us to all go down there.
Not that I can. I used to have more abilities that allowed me to adapt to certain environments, but I stopped visiting as many strange realms, ironically, right before coming here, so I don't have it anymore.
I just don't have any big spells that can do anything like, or a bill, and I don't have any items. The only thing I can think of would be the anti-magic field, but that creates...
That's only 10 feet, and that's going to basically leave a whole bunch of your party without any means to defend themselves.
Exactly, yeah.
Also, it will negate your avatar stones.
Exactly. That will be the trade-off of protecting everyone from the blood. And that the trade-off is probably too large. Yeah, it's a shame I used that gate spell earlier for basically nothing. I could have just pulled this dude out into the fucking beach by myself.
Sure, you did learn his name, his true name.
Yeah, I could have literally just pulled him out into the beach, or like anywhere, with the gate spell.
Yeah, it's.
But I just had to be a big old dickhead and role play my character.
It's too bad I'm not playing a character that could give you your spell slots back.
Can Wraith do that?
Yeah.
I thought Wraith could give spell points, not spell slots.
Oh, maybe it is just spell points.
God, if I let you give spell slots back, that'd be insane.
I feel like, I mean, you can get your spell slots back if you use your avatar
song.
but that's a...
That's a big commitment.
Yeah.
I don't
For
think
one spell slot.
I don't think we're far enough into this whatever we're doing here to warrant that yet.
Nobody else has anything? I know that we're all kind of either support or combat.
I might have way to get down there. It won't be me.
What if we mass polymorph into those creatures?
It's a very interesting suggestion.
Oh.
It could go very badly
But
if our
remember,
polymorph is broken.
when
Doesn't
you
that only turn you into beasts? Mass polymorph?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but either way, theoretically, if we just get turned into those things, we will take on the stats of those things, which means that we will very quickly become very stupid, which might make it difficult for us to proceed.
Yeah, it's not a true polymorph.
At least until it's broken. Like we would.
Yeah, you would have your mental ability scores replaced by whatever beast you become. These things are also not beasts, so you wouldn't be able to transform into them.
Is it limited to beasts?
Yeah.
Oh.
Polymorph only lets you turn the creature into a beast.
God.
Well, we tried. Maybe we go somewhere else.
I don't know, man. That might be the only thing we can do. But I'm pretty sure that Dave or whatever said like. I'm realizing now that I'm responding to Dune, but I'm not in character.
Yeah.
What if? Wait a minute. Hold on. We know that all of. Wait, did Goff explain any of his conversation with the fungal entity to us?
Yes.
It seemed before when you spoke, they seemed to speak and think with one mind. Yes, so even if their queen is not here, it could be that if we find them and speak with them, we could still perhaps use that to communicate with her. My thought is, we do as we were doing before, finding one of those enormous creatures. Something like that could certainly have some sort of effect on this lake, I think.
Have an effect?
I don't know. It could step into it. It could throw something really big into it. I don't know. It's certainly better than sitting here, and we don't really seem to have the ability, besides just diving, which I personally, I would not make it very far. That's what I've been trying to do. They did seem to respond to noise, but I'm not sure if that will cause the Kraken to come out. It might just cause more of those fish to come hiss at us.
Well, the only thing.
Okay.
The only thing that is immediately apparent to me is something that could have any effect. Like any significant impact large enough to maybe bring the Kraken out of wherever it is earthquake.
Uno, as you're drumming away, you watch as the surface of the lake bubbles, and this time 3 of those blood fins breach the surface, and they're all looking in your direction, and they are hissing and spitting, and they look very agitated. These creatures are not land creatures, though, so they are not leaving their environment. seem to have attracted some other attention, though. You see at the very edge of the water, something is slithering out. An red, ooze-like creature. A few of them, in fact, seem to be coming up onto the beach and slithering in your direction. Things are quite large, in fact. Bigger than you.
I'm slowly backing away.
There's probably
These are-
two of them.
These
I
are the
think
oozes.
these are the blood globules that Shock mentioned.
Yeah, they're like
before.
blood globules that are like red blood, the same red as the lake, and they are just coagulated blood, basically, and they are oozing out of the lake toward you. You seem to have attracted their attention. They're just going to keep advancing toward you.
I'm gonna cast message on one. Hello.
What do you speak in?
Common. I don't know
Common?
anything special.
Common. Give me a persuasion check with
Boy.
disadvantage.
Oh boy! I'm just throwing spit at a wall here. Yeah, well, I rolled like garbage, so disadvantage is gonna. A persuasion. 7.
7.
Yep.
There's a very, very brief moment where you seem to get the idea that it comprehends speech in some form. You're not sure whether it comprehends your speech, but regardless of whether it does or not, it is still advancing.
Oh, wait, that one seemed. When I cast message on it, it seems like it. I'm not sure if it understands me, but it understood that I was trying to speak to it.
They're still advancing. I don't know how far away you all are keeping.
We're not that close to the water's edge. I know
Okay.
we specified that we were at least like
Well,
somewhere between
they are-
30 to.
They are slithering up at like a nice 20-foot clip up the beach.
They're that fast?
Yeah.
Jesus.
They're going to attack you if they get within range. Just as an FYI, you can sense hostile intent here.
I said I was backing off.
Okay, well, they're going to keep advancing, so there's
I
going to
can
be a
move
moment where
faster
either...
than 20 feet, so.
I know, but are you going to just keep retreating into the tree line, or are you... Because they're going to keep coming at you. If Uno says hello in Common, Elven, Sylvan, give me a persuasion check with disadvantage. Oof. Again, there is a moment where it looks like there's like a very split-second hesitation, as if they comprehend speech, but they don't really understand you, and they're just going to keep coming toward you.
Have the hat of comprehend languages doesn't make you speak them. Does mean nobody can speak anything or make themselves known?
All right, I got something here. I am going to cast tongues on myself.
Shit.
Okay. Oh shit.
Tongues
You
grants
can
creature to touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Moreover, when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says.
Okay. So what do you say?
I step forward and say, "Stop! Come no closer."
Give me a intimidation check. You can use either strength or charisma for this, whatever you wish. Straight roll.
Okay. So if I use strength, this is the best I'm gonna get.
If you use persuasion, I'll allow you to use your goth bonus.
Oh, what is that again? Oh my god, it's been so long since I've used it. Plus my wisdom mod?
I think it's plus your wisdom mod, yes.
I think so.
That would be better than my strength mod. Okay, so that's plus 8 minus 1,
Plus 7.
23.
23. You step forward, and in a language, you don't know what language these things understand, but you know that through your magic, you're able to get them to understand you. You command them, and both of them halt in their tracks.
Oh,
Oh,
Can you speak?
There is a moment where they seem to hesitate, whatever these creatures are, and they don't quite know how to respond to that. I'd say with your passive insight, you can probably get the impression that while they can understand you, they cannot in turn speak.
Okay. He kind of turns back to everyone. What do I say to this?
well, I would probably tell it that, we don't mean them or their territory any harm. If they have any way of telling the master of this lake that we have valuable information. It's what we wanted from the start, wasn't it?
I suppose.
Or if anybody has a gift, I don't have anything fun.
Goff will turn back toward the blood things,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll say, while Uno is doing whatever the fuck that is.
I'll get to what Uno's doing in a second.
I'm in the kitchen chopping vegetables, so I'm
we
excited to learn.
do not mean you any harm. But if you advance on us, we will not hesitate to enact it. Now, you can understand me. We want to speak the master of this lake. Can you tell them that?
There's a moment where one of them, so I'd say that one of them is focused on Uno and the other one's focused on you, Goff. In response to you, the one that is focused on you, its form seems to shapeshift for a moment. And it's initially a kind of amorphous blob. But then for a moment, it seems to take on a very specific form.
Oh shit.
A form that you've seen before.
Shit.
You see the barest outline of a dragon whelp.
Shit.
Oh no.
And then it loses its form and turns back into ooze.
What?
Does the language I'm speaking sound like Draconic?
To everybody else, you're gonna sound like whatever they understand. So
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah, I mean, we
I've
wouldn't
heard
hear
Sissel
you.
speak. I've heard Sissel and the precursors speak in Draconic. So like, well, I guess I can't.
You're not targeting. You're basically speaking in your language, and the magic is translating for you. Like it's not like you are speaking their tongue.
Oh, okay.
Uno, why don't you give me a performance check?
That was me every time I got to do performance on my.
It's so blunt whenever a bard
Yay!
gets to roll performance.
So, Uno, as you start like waving your arms around like they are tentacles, I'd say that this
Oh my
other ruse
God.
that's focusing on you, like part of its amorphous form just sort of stretches a little bit, as almost like it has like a little head, and it's like bobbing it up and down like one of those weird birds. And it's
God.
watching you, and then it's like waving its pseudopods around as well, like watching, like mimicking
Oh my
you.
God.
Oh my god.
Y'all, we can't think that the evil Kraken's little blood buddies are cute. We can't do that.
We can. We
Damn,
can do anything we
can.
want. Will it work?
Wait, so I'm
Anyways.
confused. I requested from one of them to contact the
Mm-hmm.
Kraken, and it just kind of briefly shifted into a form resembling a dragon whelp, and then it just went back, and that's all it did.
Yeah, that's all it did. It
So
doesn't seem to
random.
have much way of communicating other than changing shapes.
So random.
Okay.
Dragon mean yes?
Or does it
If
mean
you, if go ahead.
yelling? Like roar, which is no, from my experience.
What are you asking it to do?
No,
Also,
that
it can.
that was just Mito saying maybe roar means no. Like dragon means roar and roar equals no. It's not important. Go on. Please, someone say something.
I'm trying to think about how I want to ask this.
Got so quiet.
Sorry, no, I was thinking
Take
about. I
one
was thinking.
pseudopod up for yes and two pseudopods up for no.
Yeah. So, Goth, why don't you give me an insight check, like based on like that interaction, what that could conceivably mean?
29.
29. So you don't think that this shape shifting like that was actually in response to your question? You know, based on what you all learned from the Bodnet, that this lake was formed from a ancient primordial precursor, draconian, and its blood still lives. These globules of blood are almost in a way like that creature's offspring. It seems to be struggling to try to maintain a form, and you get the sense that maybe given the form that you saw, that these things might be almost like children.
Oh, babies.
And so even putting aside the language barrier, there's also a level of, are they old enough to, like, are they like complex enough to understand what you're asking? They're basically children.
So basically, they're baby.
And this is reinforced by the fact that the other one is dancing with Uno right now. It's just having a fucking great time.
That's the new friend. We have a new friend.
Okay. Give me a second.
I love how you went to this terrible hell plane, and you've all been making friends.
Yeah,
It's
why
incredible to
not?
me.
Why not? That's what
I
this
love
game's
it.
about.
I love it.
That's what this game's about, Falk. Happened with tackle. It's gonna happen again and again. PETA!
I'm sorry. I'm struggling to like concentrate. Like I'm trying to think how I can utilize this, what we have, in a way
tell
that
your dad to come out and play?
um trying to think. Oh. Does Dune, do you have any illusions available to you?
I have illusion. What do you need?
Could you possibly recreate what the Kraken looks like?
Yes, of course. Let me just look. See if he can just do this with the minor illusion.
Hey, pizza.
While he's
Yeah, he can. I can create an image. He can create an image of an object. So, so are you?
before he does that,
Babe.
Yeah.
Goff talking to the one blood, whatever.
Mhm.
Okay. Can you wiggle? Do you know wiggle?
That's our chat. No.
I know.
Okay. Let me do a roll for it. There's a moment where the creature, the ooze, pauses, and then, like its companion, it just starts doing a little wiggle,
Okay.
just sort of bouncing up and down and flailing its pseudopods around.
If you wiggle twice, it means yes. If you wiggle once, it means no. Do you understand?
So it was once for no, twice for yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give it an intelligence check. It pauses for a very long time,
Oh god.
like easily 15 seconds, and then it wiggles, and then it wiggles again,
Okay.
and you're not quite sure if this was in response to you or if it's just likes wiggling.
What does that mean? Goff, do you know what that means?
I'm figuring it out, Mino. Well, we may as well try. Dune, could you create an image of the Kraken, please?
One disgusting kraken coming up, and he uses minor illusion to create a small. How big is it? Can it be? It's like. It's probably like in a 5-foot cube. Just like a smaller version of the kraken based on the image that you saw on BodeNet.
Goff gestures to that, and he says, have you seen this before?
The ooze pauses for a moment, and then you watch it wiggle, and then it wiggles a second time.
Okay. Well, I really wish Ellen was here. She's much better with children and
Not
questions.
hard.
Well, do you have an idea what to ask next?
No, but
Then
it's not that hard.
Then I would appreciate a lack of judgment in this moment, Mida.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying stop stressing yourself out about it. It's just like
We are
talking
in
to
the
Ellen.
abyss.
Okay.
In our current
Yeah.
plight
Mito throws her hands up.
hinges on the understanding of complex thought.
Goff is in one of his moods. I escape. See what Uno says. Do what Uno says.
Oh. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. What do you think would happen if I asked that?
Who would come out to play?
I don't think that their parents are the Kraken. let's try and build up to that. He redirects back to the ooze.
Mhm.
Do you like this? And he points at the Kraken again.
The ooze stares at the image, and then it wiggles a single time.
Oh.
Okay. It does not like the Kraken. Is the Kraken... Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. Is this monster mean?
The ooze wiggles twice.
Oh no! We have to beat it up. Is it? I want to ask the blob a question now. I go. Oh wait, what does this? What is Goff speaking?
You can ask it through me. I'm using tongues to talk to it.
Oh, okay. Can you ask it if it's a mean bully and we need to beat it up? Something like that. Doesn't have to be that exactly. Just And then she gestures with her hands.
Would you be happy if we were to beat up this monster?
What does that sound like to me when Goff says that?
It sounds like he's saying it.
Okay.
Tongues is different than other.
He's not
so he's
literally
not
speaking
saying
what their
Wagga Bogga
language.
Bobo. Okay.
No. he is speaking, and the magic is translating for him. After a moment, I'd say that the ooze wiggles twice. Who is anybody watching the lake right now?
Yeah.
While this is all going on. I'd say then you notice at first, Seven, you're watching as the shore of the lake ripples a little bit, and bit by bit you observe as even more of these oozes are crawling out of the lake.
We have more
First
company.
5, then 10, then 20.
And 7?
And they're no.
Very funny.
No, 7's right here.
He's right here.
Sorry, go ahead.
And they just all seem to be oozing up the lake, the beach, just to see what's going on. You've captured their curiosity.
Oh, do we have to adopt all these?
We want to get to the monster, but we're not the best swimmers. Do you know a way that we could get to the monster?
The ooze hesitates, and then it wiggles twice, and then it extends a pseudopod toward you.
What is a pseudopod?
It's like a fake hand. That's what it means in Latin.
Hand?
Yeah.
It's like a big, like a part of its body, just like a globule of its body, basically extends outward, like a Stretch Armstrong kind of.
Oh. Insight.
Insight on the slime.
As much as I can gather, I know.
Yeah, make it with disadvantage. This thing is so alien.
Disadvantage?
Yeah, this thing is alien.
I actually rolled higher, so 26.
26.
Wow.
Its demeanor does not seem to be a threat.
Okay. I think it wants to show me something. I don't get any ill intent. This is the only lead we've had since we started trying to figure this out.
If you want to give it a try, we will, try to intervene if it does anything too strange.
I'm going to approach. If you see anything go wrong,
We got you.
Goff just looks at Mido and he just nods nervously. I'm going to start walking gently towards the ooze.
Okay. It still has the one pseudopod outstretched toward you.
When I get close to it, looking at its makeup, does it look like it is? I mean, I know I'm not like an alchemist or anything, but does it look like its form is like harmful to the touch?
Give me a
Or is
nature
not-
check.
Okay,
Give me a nature check.
bad.
Hmm.
10.
It's hard to tell. Its form is almost the consistency of coagulated blood. It's viscous. It's
Well,
mostly translucent.
I will say I have the environmental immunity module, so
That's true.
that might help me in case there's something weird going on here. I will very slowly extend one of my hands.
Okay. When you make contact with the pseudopod of this slime, there's a moment of hesitation as if it's like watching you to make sure that you are okay and that you will be willing to trust it.
Oh.
And then it slowly starts slithering up your hand.
Ah.
And it does it very slowly. You can pull away if you want.
I know I stay still.
It slowly starts going up your arm and engulfing your whole body. These things are bigger than you, by the way. Like they are like large sized creatures.
What does
I
it feel
will-
like inside of it?
It feels like you're wearing a armor of goop.
Oh my god. Blood armor! I'll cast message on Goff. Are you okay?
So far,
Is it
Um,
gross?
yes.
It feels pretty gross. Like you can see Goff through it. Like it's
Oh, am I
it's
like fully
translucent.
covered?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if you allow it to,
is it like my head too?
yeah, it would cover your whole body if you allow it to.
I guess so.
Um,
I can breathe, but I'm assuming it's because of the
you
suit.
can breathe. You can breathe fine. And as soon as it engulfs your body and it like kind of changes its shape to match your shape, so it's almost like it's like venom, like
Yeah.
Symbiote type of
it's like a
thing.
symbiote. It's like a symbiote kind of thing, and then it like one of the pseudopods that it kind of like extends out of this Goff shape that it has and points toward the lake.
Goff looks at his hand through the goop to his hand, the 2 layers, and he's just like, "Well, that's different. I think I'm okay. I think it's trying to protect me from the blood. I think we may all have to do this."
Well, it's
Yeah.
At this
not
point,
what I
Uno's
expected
probably
to do, but
like captivated like 10 of these things. They're all like dancing around her.
that's so cute.
Goff will, I guess, since he's not really, I don't know how if he's able to do this since he's not speaking directly to it and it's kind of around him, but he will say, "These are my friends. Will you be able to help them as well?"
Um, the pseudopod that is extended off of your form like wiggles twice, kind of like goes back and forth.
Okay.
This is the weirdest D&D
I love
session
it.
we've
I
ever
love
done.
this. This is the best D&D session ever.
You're all going to have to trust me.
I don't know about slime in the fur.
Aren't you a wizard? Don't you have a cleaning spell for that?
I did not remember it.
That's not my problem, Dune.
This probably isn't even the goofiest we've ever been. It's fine.
I suppose that is good point.
I will
Come
say that we
on.
didn't really think through what we're going to do once we get down there, but if these little ones are willing to help us, it will at least make things easier.
I'm willing to try.
Slimes approach each of you and hold out their little pseudopods. So fucking weird.
Is this what you expected to happen when we started
I
playing
did not
it?
actually expect this to happen. But, you know. So do each of you make contact with the slimes?
I
You
will
know who
accept-
knows all about it.
I will accept the slime covenant.
Okay. Each one of you slime out. Slime them out.
Lamau! Slime Lamau.
Okay. So as each of you comes into contact with one of these slimes, it absorbs you. It covers you in an outer protective shell of this blood ooze.
Can everyone
conforming-
breathe?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. Conforming to your body,
Sorry.
you can breathe just fine. It's almost like there's like a little air pocket within the ooze that's allowing you to breathe. You can communicate fine. You can use your spells and weapons just fine. Yeah, and the one that's on you, again gestures toward the lake.
All right. Utilizing tongues, to say, I know that it is hard for us to talk to each other, but I'm going to call you Wiggle.
Wiggle.
I'm trusting you, Wiggle.
In response, it wiggles its body or its pseudopod. God, we're finally the name of our D&D chat.
This was not intentional.
Comes full circle. Okay.
You lead the way.
I mean, you have to walk.
Well, I mean,
it'll point.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But you have to be the one walking.
All right, I will start walking to the
Okay.
lake.
You all watch as Goff walks into the
actually,
lake.
Not to like throw off like the momentum of the moment.
Mhm.
I am going to cast Mass Cure Wounds before we all start walking to the lake.
Okay.
I'm now realizing that there's some people who are quite hurt, and I would like to offset that a little bit. So that's Mito, Uno, Ina, 7. It's 4 out of 6, so I guess it's everybody except Dune. Because Dune's like 3 HP, everyone else is missing more
Dune
than
is
that.
fine.
So I
Dune
guess
knows how to get away from combat.
So I'll just target everyone except Dune. Wait, no, that's a D20. Why did I roll a D20? I'm stupid. 1 second.
Because that's how much you heal now. Are you drawing Mario?
Well, I don't know. What does it look like?
Looks like could be Luigi.
No, it's Mario. You can tell by the
Luigi?
mustache.
Gooigi. Oh shit.
He was good. A good character.
Okay.
Fucked up how we made him, by the way.
24 HP for everyone except Dune.
Okay. 24 HP to everyone. So that would mean that Verna and Goff are maxed. And then 24 HP to Ina. I'll add that.
I will say that Verna, I think, ate the Hero's Feast, so she can go over her max. She has temps.
Yep.
Right? I don't remember the max.
Mito did too.
Yeah, but I think
So-
Mito's not going to go over max.
Everyone Add 24 hit points to yourselves.
You also
Oh.
make sure to do that for Ina if you
Temporary
didn't
or
already.
oh
I already
no, this is
did.
the healing. Okay.
This is a
This is
healing
a mass cure
spell.
wounds. So Mido, Uno, 7.
If we didn't, I'm just going to take my other potion of greater healing.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
Well, okay. I will not.
Oh.
Oh,
That is true.
I mean,
there are
I
multiple
think
healers here.
I doubt I will still probably take it because I'm missing almost 80 hit points. But sure.
You were missing like half your health.
Yeah. Hello. Is it
Hello.
Mel?
Mel, good timing.
Hi, Mel.
Mel,
Hello.
you will never believe what's going on.
You will never
This
believe
is
what
the
we've done.
weirdest fucking D&D session we've ever had.
Yes. I'm already feeling rejuvenated. Yes.
It is so much.
So, the
Oh,
little blood
massive.
slimes that we saw earlier
Mm-hmm.
started to approach us, and I used the tongue spell to communicate with them. And we basically have kind of figured out that the blood of the primordial dragon is kind of like, how did you describe it, Falk? Like it's like
It's still alive, and these little blood globules are basically almost like its children. They try to like maintain a form of a dragon whelpling, but they can't. They just turn back into slimes.
Oh no.
So they're little babies.
but we discovered that we can communicate with them. So through a somewhat difficult communication challenge, we have befriended them, and they are helping us by covering. Like basically, they're like covering us in goo bodysuits so that we can go into the lake without getting fucked up. We are currently in goo, like slime ooze suits.
We're goo.
Yeah.
We're
Dude.
gooped.
We're gooped.
You've been gooped.
We're getting gooped.
Yeah.
We got goop armor.
So
We are
13 more
slime
hit
men.
points. 13 more hit points to everybody.
Okay, I'm definitely
Yeah,
also going to take my
How much was the first mass cure wounds?
24.
20
Okay.
more.
Do I
37
need to add
total between
things
both.
to
I already
Ina,
gave you.
or-
I already gave you
Okay.
24, but you will need to add the 13 that Uno just rolled.
And I will go ahead and still drink my potion for another. Oops. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
That was 143, I think.
Does anyone remember? I know I should have written this down. Does anyone remember the temps like amount? Was it like 12 or something?
Don't. It was a long time. I think it was 12. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was 2d10,
Okay.
and I think you rolled a 12 on it.
12 because Ellen has the red bar that says.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Mido, be sure to add your hit points.
I did already. Oh, another third. Yeah, another.
Another 13. Yep. Good to have two healers. This is what it's going to be like in the next campaign. Two
Maybe.
healers
Yeah.
all the time, baby.
And who knows what else will be in the party?
Yeah. Uno is
Another
technically not a
sorcerer?
We'll
pure
never-
healer, but she does have that spell.
We'll never know because Lauren doesn't know what she's
I
playing.
keep forgetting. I'm sorry.
It's fine. We're not playing it. We'll get to it sometime. Okay. So he healed up. The one that's on Goff, it's directing you deeper into the waters. And the rest of you have been slimed up.
It's sliming time.
Okay. So you all descend beneath the waters. Goff, you take the lead following the direction that your little slime friend, Wiggle, is pointing you to.
I named him Wiggle.
Good.
That's how I had them communicate with me. Is I had them wiggle twice or once, depending on yes or no.
As you are all descending down into the lake, the light, what little light there was up on the surface, is slowly disappearing as you're getting deeper and deeper. It is hard, despite the fact that your blood suits are protecting you from whatever deleterious effect this lake would have. It's still water. It's still fluid, so you are all moving through difficult terrain right now.
Oh, Lord, except Verna and Goff.
Except Verna and Goff. You're moving normally. Everybody else is moving through difficult terrain. The light slowly disappears from above, so
Oh.
any of you who do not have dark vision are submerged into pitch blackness.
I have superior
In
dark
that
vision.
case, Ina is going to hang on. But does freedom of movement have a higher level spell slot cast?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay.
What do you mean by higher level spell slot cast?
You can upcast it in order to target more. No, you can't actually.
You cannot. No.
You cannot. No, you have to cast every single person individually.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a tedious spell in that way.
Ugh. She'll
so
cast it on herself and Uno, I guess.
okay. So who does not have dark vision? I think it's just Verna. Poor Verna.
Freedom and movement, baby.
Okay. So Verna, you can't see more than like a foot in front of your face right now. Unless you have any sort of light source that can penetrate the deep darkness of the lake.
Stay close to someone who can see then, I guess. Can't believe we got to level 20. We never got Verna some night vision goggles.
I know. What the fuck? They're literally like 100 gold. You could just go to Walden and be like, "Doctor, give us some fucking night vision goggles." So as you're the Waldmart, oh my god, I hate that.
Man, I've been trying to make this soup. They didn't even give me my Southwest spice. It's chili without spice.
Wait.
Sorry, I'm bitter about my bland chili.
I'm sorry about your chili.
You have a question?
Does True Sight, like, is that different? Like, if I cast True Sight on Verna, would she still be blinded by all the blood?
Let's find out. I think True Sight just gives them True Sight.
It lets you see into the ethereal plane. I'm not sure it lets you see like through darkness.
Let me see.
Which is a weird limitation.
It works through magical darkness.
Yeah.
It lets you see. Yeah.
It gives you True Sight, and True Sight says, a creature with True Sight can, out to a specific range, see in normal and magical darkness.
Oh, okay.
See invisible creatures and objects, automatically detect visual illusions and succeed on saving throws against them, and perceive the original form of a shape changer or a creature that is transformed by magic. Furthermore, they can see into the ethereal plane.
But we're not lined with ethereal plane, so that won't come up.
No, that won't matter.
Well, it's expensive, but it's probably the only way that we can protect Verna from her human eyes. So did I use my other? Wait, when did I cast Hero's Feast? Was that in the same day, or was that?
That was
I don't remember.
the previous day, and I believe Hero's Feast is a. Oh, it is a 6th level. That is the previous day, though.
Okay. Well, whatever. I'm gonna cast True Seeing on Verna. It lasts for an hour. Does not require concentration. So that way she can see.
So for the next hour, Verna has True Sight, which means that she can see. So what? How far out does True Seeing's vision go?
It doesn't specify in the spell.
It says 120 feet.
Oh, does
in
it?
The spell. Yeah, it says can see
I'm
into
sorry.
all out to a range of. So Verna, you have up to 120 feet in front of you. You can just see completely fine.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It does say that. Sorry.
You're noticing as you are all descending beneath this lake into the darkness, you are not traveling alone. There's probably like a little school of these blood oozes that are following you, probably like 30 or so that are just sort of swimming behind you.
Are they like dense and shaped enough that we can just like discern them against the backdrop of
Yes.
the rest of the blood?
They are tangible enough that you can discern them. They are following you, and you kind of go down this embankment of what looks to be just ashen bones, your feet crunching underneath them as you're descending deep into the darkness of this lake. As you do, you hear the occasional warbled the cries of these blood fins above you, circling around. These predators looking for a meal, and you watch as one, seeming to target one of you, looks like it's going to swim toward you, only to be rebuked at the last moment by one of these blood oozes. Like it swims down toward you, and then one of them just extends a pseudopod and just smacks this thing across the face, and it runs away. You
Hell yeah.
You follow the direction that Wiggle gives you, heading deep into the recesses of this lake. You're following now what looks to be a trail of the spine of some massive creature that keeps going and going down into the depths of this abyss. And you're traveling for probably a good 10 minutes. I'd say at this point I need a wisdom saving throw from everyone.
Oh boy.
Oh!
Christ.
Hold on. I can't. Oh, there it is.
7. Okay.
God, we're all dumb as hell.
You all. Ina got a 3.
That makes sense.
Okay. I need to do one for Dune. 27 for Goff.
Goff is like, this is so easy, and the rest of us are just getting absolutely
What the
hammered.
fuck is wrong with you guys?
Yeah.
Let me do one.
Well,
for Dune.
when there's later on when there's a deck save, Goff is gonna get absolutely blasted. So you know.
Wisdom save for Dune. Okay. Descending deep within this lake. Verna, 7. Ina. You're feeling. It's been like this for a while since you've been in this plane, but you're feeling a little out of sorts. You hear these kind of faint whispers in the back of your minds. It's hard to see within the darkness, but Goth, as you kind of look around and you cast a glance at all of your party members, there's something different about these 3.
Who were they?
7, Verna, and Ina.
Okay.
There's like slight variations in their skin color. Not sure what that means.
Oh god.
This is fine.
You
I don't
continue.
have the spell points for this.
You continue descending, following the spine to the base of the lake. As you do so, coming within view through your dark vision, as it appears in your periphery, you see these tremendous arcing rib cage bones, just almost like a grand cathedral, dominating your view. And Wiggle just points directly toward the center of this ribcage deep within the hollow.
Oh boy.
What do you do?
We sure are down here in its lair. But I guess it can't be helped.
Boy, am I glad it's in there and we're out here.
What I want to know is where's the caveman?
You said that the Kraken can speak Celestial, right?
Correct.
Well, I'm
Celestial,
also
abyssal,
using.
infernal, primordial.
I guess I'm technically also still using the tongue spell, so that would also work. I'm really anticipating a fight here. We did kind of tell these little blood guys that we were going to beat up
Eat
the
it up.
Kraken.
Yep.
Didn't really think about that when I said it.
It doesn't mean that, we can't still try to tell it that this is a good time to strike its enemy, Like, if the Rot Queen is not here, we could see how that line of suggestion goes.
Go on.
Oh no.
Oh. I'm not even at my computer, but I'm excited to read whatever that is.
Oh no.
Funny little 8th level spell.
Huh. Uh-huh.
Also,
I mean,
legendary
it's legendary
resistances are
resistance.
a thing too.
Yeah, we'd have to burn the resistances.
It's me.
The thing I'm debating right now is whether I want to cast Freedom of Movement on the people that don't have it.
God, I wish I still had Ultra Self. I was like, surely we won't have any underwater sections. Why would I still need this?
Really?
Haha, hoo hoo, hee hee.
Hee hee, wee hee, haha.
Teehee.
Let's see. So who has Freedom of Movement right now?
I will say, we are in dim light. I can move relatively freely.
But you have Freedom of Movement, I think.
Oh, do I?
I think Ina put Freedom of Movement on.
Herself and Uno.
I just heard herself and Uno.
Okay.
I have 68 spell
Goff
points left.
Goff and Verna can move fine.
What is swim speed?
I think normally it's your normal. I think swim speed by default is usually the same as. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I will tell you in a moment. So swimming, each foot of movement costs 1 extra foot, 2 extra feet in difficult terrain when you're climbing, swimming, or crawling. So you basically have a swim speed of 15 feet if you have a 30-foot movement speed.
Does your dim light thing let you move more than that? And even underwater?
Yeah, I mean, I have to use my bonus action is the problem, but I can move up to 120 feet every turn.
Okay, well, then that means 7's probably okay. I mean, does 7 use bonus action for a lot of stuff?
I mean, I would like to if it gets to be a real big fight, but, survival is more important than cool shit I can do.
I just don't want to blow through all my spell points.
No, I mean, I don't think you should cast it on
this
me.
is not the last layer of the abyss we're going to be on. So like I'm trying to not use everything.
So I will say, like, if we are going to be
No.
fighting a kraken, we shouldn't really be concerning ourselves about saving anything for after that, because that is like that is not a mini boss situation.
Verna, you have the environmental immunity module. You can move your normal speed. Right, Falk?
Yes.
Yeah, you will be okay. You don't need the spell. I will cast Freedom Movement on Dune and Mido.
Yay! I'm free to move.
Yeah. So that's
14.
12 spell points. Yikes. Okay.
Oh, it's 12? I give myself 2 back then.
It's 12 for 2 casts.
Yeah, I cast it twice and deducted 14 because whoops.
So everyone should have full movement, and 7 has the ability to move a lot on bonus action.
Hooray!
So if we get into a fight, we don't have to worry about that as much. Okay. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Do we want to try talking to it? Approach it directly?
I feel like, there's no harm in trying to talk with it first. Hopefully not.
You want to try? Okay.
What are we asking it for?
Do we want to try and make some kind of deal?
What kind of deal?
Well,
My thought is we have the creatures on this layer do not see eye to eye. The lady of Queen of I don't even remember what her name is. Has been contesting control of this layer with this creature for some time. So we could, if she's away, we could leverage this as a good time for it to strike, if possible. Don't really mean it any harm, and we don't want to stay, so maybe trying to trade this information for use of the portal wouldn't cost it anything. If anybody else has anything that they want to give to it for goodwill, I don't really have anything myself.
We know that intellectual stimulation would help. If we have anything that we can offer it that would interest it besides that.
I guess we're just gonna throw it a concert, huh?
We need, if we have something that...
As you're discussing this, you do notice many of the oozes that were following you have sort of kept a distance from the lair. They are not moving closer.
Except the ones that are still engulfing us?
Yes, those ones that are engulfing you, they are trembling a little bit.
We did tell them that we would defeat it.
We
did make a promise.
They don't want to go in there, and they don't want to fight it. I think that if we can if we can, we need to try to get this thing out of its lair and contest it on different ground. Fighting it here, while very likely to occur, if we can prevent that, I think that would be best. I know we put a lot of resources into getting down here, but it may just be enough to just convince it to leave.
We can try. I don't think it'll be easy.
It is going to Brazil.
What?
Sorry, that was a stupid meme.
What is this thing's name again?
Gozathun?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Gozathun.
Gozathun.
Mario.
Alright, well, here goes something. Goff is going to, in Celestial, he's going to speak loudly.
Okay.
This is your last chance. If you have any ideas, there's things you want to hesitate on before I start talking to this thing.
I've already looked at all of my shit like 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I just don't want to jump. Okay.
Dune, before you answer, before you start this off, I think Dune is going to say, "Do we still want the plan to use gravity bubble and?"
I think if we're able to somehow get ourselves into that situation where that would work, then yes.
If we can get him to surface of lake, it might be possible, but we are
Yes.
very far down.
Yes, I know that, but I didn't know we had. We're just gonna have to wing it out, I think, and just keep these plans in mind. If you see an opportunity, I trust you to use it.
Will do.
Okay. In Celestial, Gozathun.
The lair heaves with a tremendous ancient voice that reverberates through
Ooh.
the water. Goff, you can understand the words, but no one else. To the rest of you, you just hear this, the language of angels.
Oh my god.
That's a really pretty language for someone.
Who dares tread within the lair of Gozathun the Ancient? Gozathun the All-Sanguine, Sire of Blood. He who has existed since this land was formless darkness.
I see he also read his Bonet page.
He wrote it.
He wrote
it, yeah. he made sure that it was like an appropriately dramatic selfie for the picture.
We could give it the BodeNet. Could give it the internet.
Interesting. That's a very interesting suggestion, actually.
But what about the ramifications of that?
That's for future.
I don't want the
campaigns.
Kraken to discover fantasy tentacle porns. I think that's gonna be weird.
I think he'd love that.
I'm sorry, Val.
It's probably been the first time in a long time that he's felt desired.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Sorry.
This sucks. Please.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I knew it was a gross joke. I'm sorry. So he was like, "Who dares enter?" And he said his whole his read off
whole,
his
like, all
his
of
fucking Esquire, all his shit that
His
he writes at
fucking
the bottom.
FromSoft titles, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We are distant travelers who mean you or your domain no harm, but we bring information you might find compelling.
You trapped within the lair of an ancient small mortal. What guarantee do you make that I will find this information interesting?
Well, based on what I know about you, resolution to a long-standing grudge.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 17 plus 7.
Your words have earned you a reprieve for now, but I will judge the value of your information. And at that moment, you see pulling itself forward against the massive ribcage bones that are jutting up out of the surface of the lake. These two tremendous tentacles wrap around and then push forward this cavernous maw, almost like a, like the creature from Stranger Things, the Demogorgon, like the face splayed out, with a circular maw of teeth as it pushes itself forward. Its face alone, probably the size of a small mountain.
Goff, just very quietly, he says, "Stand tall, Wiggle. You'll be all right."
It
Oh.
wiggles twice.
Wiggle's my favorite character now.
If anything happens to Wiggle.
I'm gonna kill Falk.
No, leave me alone.
So he's just basically like came up and acted all scary and
Yeah,
just
he's
all big.
sort of chilling there. Like his head alone is probably like 50 feet tall.
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
That's
Okay.
a big guy.
You get, I think Dune leans close to you at that point and he says, change of plans. I don't think gravity field big enough.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We'll worry about that later. Goff takes one step forward, and he. I'm trying to think about the words here. Goff. No. If I do that, I don't know if that would be considered as deception or not. No, it's not, because it doesn't. It's not. I'm not trying to lie. Really, it's not like in a particular way. I don't think. I mean, you can tell me. I'll say it, and then if you say that it requires deception, is it possible for me to not to say that?
I can't do that.
Okay.
You have to commit.
I just don't know if it's considered deception or not.
What? Well, you can give me the gist of what you're thinking of
I
saying.
basically want to tell him like, oh, you're a lot mightier looking than I thought. I guess it's more flattery.
I don't think
That's
flattery
that's
is
not
lying.
a deception. That's a persuasion.
Yeah.
Okay. Goff will just say, rumors of your size defy the true might of your visage. I'm impressed.
He. Hold on. Let me do a roll for him real quick.
I'll roll to see if he blushes.
Roll
and
for
he's like-
flattery.
Yeah.
These tremendous yellow eyes that are glaring down at you scowl a bit, and he says, "Your flattery is misplaced. Relinquish your information, and we will determine whether you live."
Very well. We have talked amongst ourselves, and we have decided that we're in the abyss. Why not get into the spirit of things? You see, the demon princes are up to something, and right now, the Lady of Rot is not in her domain. In fact, you find that the Swamp of Mirrors is quite unprotected. At least by her. All that remains are a few of her feeble minions. I understand that you have been battered down and pushed away from once power you once had by said Lady of Rot.
It is true that the Demon Queen of Fungi is my eternal enemy.
Oh no, just vibing in the background and
But
like giving
it
us
is
a drumbeat.
presumptuous of you to think that I did not know this information already.
Did you?
Give me an insight check.
Natural 20.
Holy shit. Okay.
So that's a like 34.
Wow. There is a element of distrust to his demeanor, and furthermore, you do get the impression that he is not. I mean, this is a very intelligent creature. He is not completely out of the loop. So there was no like response of surprise or anything when you gave that information.
Okay.
He says, I have felt a shift in the land. The swamps growing quiet in their absence. The boots of their armies no longer march. And you presume to think this information valuable?
Well, of course. If we wanted to cause a little bit of a ruckus of our own, we thought to, I mean, why wouldn't you strike? Take back what is yours.
Little mortal, I am an ancient creature. I bide my time.
But for how long?
I have existed before this place was called the Abyss, and I will exist after it is gone. You have not given me anything that I provide of value. You have very little time left to prove this was worth my time.
Do we give the Kraken the internet? I simply want to see what happens.
Keep in mind that your little tablet is very small. And
Yeah, but
is
he can
very
put it
big.
right up next
Yeah,
to his
but he's
big
an
eye.
ancient. As he keeps saying, he's an ancient. He'll figure it out. He can probably
He
just
can-
grow a really small tentacle from and like just use that. I mean, Goff. Would Goff have this idea? Who's is someone in character having this idea and suggesting it to Goff, or do I have to like justify that Goff would have this idea?
Ina does not know what the tablet is.
I don't think you
Right,
ever
most of
actually, I don't think any of you actually discussed this, like out of
Right,
character, like in
right.
character.
Right. So like, I would have to
Mhm.
justify this being something that Goff or someone else would, Verna or Maida would bring up, because the other party members don't know about this. Verna did.
Verna said what to Mito? I'm sorry, I spaced out.
That we could.
Oh yeah, he did say, Verna did say it in character, up above.
True.
Could we give it the Bodmet?
I don't see it, but I believe you.
It's
I
the
remember.
message. It's literally on the same. It's still
Yeah,
seeing it
just,
on the same
like,
page.
scroll
Scroll
up.
up.
It's in the. It's like the emote text. Okay.
Yeah.
Goff will whisper. The information about the Lady of Rot is not appealing. This is not news to him. We need to come up with an alternative plan quickly. We are running out of time before he retaliates.
Hick tock, little mortal. You watch as two more tentacles come forward and grip the sides of the rib cage.
I'm waiting to see what Verna says. Oh, this. I don't think he'll be able to understand it. What you're saying?
No. Nope.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to take away. This is unfortunately we're just having language barrier
Goth
challenges right now.
translate.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Goff will like kind of go, and he'll like awkwardly and then stammer and kind of like start in Celestial saying what Verna's saying.
She's not gonna look at the Kraken though. She's gonna just keep looking at the boat net, and she's gonna start listing off facts about him.
Holy shit!
Oh.
It's still in common. Like he doesn't understand it.
Nope, I'm translating it.
Oh, you're translating.
Yeah,
it.
I'm basically
give me-
like
holy
as she
shit.
says
Holy
this
shit.
stuff, I repeat it in Celestial.
Give me a persuasion check with
Oh my
advantage.
god, this is happening.
You get a +8 as well because I'm helping.
Oh, yeah?
I'm doing the translation.
No, this is gonna be Goff because Goff is the one talking.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Yes.
Oh,
And you have
okay.
you have inspiration, and give me a persuasion check with
What-
advantage.
What's the inspiration? So go ahead.
I can aid in a persuasion check, right? If I get 10 or above, he gets.
No,
Advantage?
No, the way it works. No, you're thinking of the wrong thing. You can give the help action and give him advantage, but he already has advantage.
Oh, okay. So.
He also gets a D12 on top of that if he chooses to use it.
All right.
Please do.
Okay. Let me get. Oh, I forgot. Let me get my
But
fancy
I'm
D12.
saying that I'm giving you I'm giving Goff advantage because you pulled out the bow net and started doing that. You basically are giving the help action.
Yeah.
1 second. My my fancy dice are hard to get out of their container because I don't know why. I really should get something else to hold these in. Okay, so I'm rolling advantage of the D12 +8. Okay, not bad.
Yes!
Yeah.
Crescent moon, baby. That's a natural 20.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, D12. 9.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. So what's the total?
+8 -1 because of my negative charisma score. So that's 20 plus 9 plus 8. 37. No. 30 plus 7. So 36.
36. Phew. As you are reading these facts off, these ancient legends, the demeanor of Gozathun's brow changes as he's initially been scowling, and then there's a moment of surprise, of just complete unvarnished surprise. And then he scowls once more, and you hear him bellow in Celestial. He says, "Such lore I thought lost. Such lore I thought lost
Oh, the lore.
to the era of the Pantheon. Where did you hear this, mortal?"
It's called a bow net, and it knows everything about you and everything about everything.
Is that? Did you say that in character?
Yeah.
I repeat it in Celestial.
Goff is just like doing the translation between the two of you right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And where comes this bowed net from?
From whence this boat?
Is this the ancient tome of some great wizard?
Yes.
In a manner of speaking.
Yeah. I would essentially say that. Yes. Yeah. A very powerful
A tech wizard.
powerful wizard from from the material plane, I guess.
Prime material?
Yeah.
Prime material.
Will you bring me this wizard?
And we're trying to. God, we're trying to get something from him.
Our ideally out of character. Is this out of character, or you asked this in character?
Out of character.
We're trying to. We would love to get this dude on the surface so that we can beat him up outside of his lair. But at the very least, our end goal is to get through the portal that's like in his map, somewhere
That
in
he
his
ate.
inside of it. He ate a
Yeah.
He ate a portal that goes to another layer of the abyss. Which for us to get out of here, we need to use that portal. So that's our end goal. But we also did tell the dragon blood oozes children, whatever, that we would like beat this guy up. So if we could get him out of his terrain, that would be stellar. But I don't know how we're gonna do that right now. We're just winging it. So
And you said his face is the size of a mountain. Are we really
a small mountain.
It's like
Oh,
50
a
feet
small
tall.
mountain.
Like it's his head. His head is like 50 feet tall.
He's
and his
big.
body is probably a
gonna-
couple hundred feet long.
We're gonna try to fight
So
that.
big head.
I mean,
No!
I honestly think as much of a doomsayer as I am whenever Falk puts us up against things, if we could fight this thing on land, I think we'd have a real good shot. In this area, much less likely, much more dangerous.
I will say at this point that you've been descending at a pace where you are probably. Hold on a minute.
Are we not just standing still on like the edge of like some kind of underwater cliff?
You are, but I would say that you're probably like a good 600 feet below the surface of the water.
Okay.
The man who created this isn't important. What's important is the information that this stores and what we want to trade for it.
I'm gonna let you give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Am I doing it or is Patrick doing it?
You're doing it because you're
no.
translating.
Man.
You're translating. Patrick is giving you the advantage.
Okay.
Oh, Goff is doing the persuasion. Okay, sorry.
Mhm. Yeah, he's the one talking. He's using your words,
Mhm.
and that's why he has advantage on it.
Okay, this time I do not have the inspiration.
Mhm.
I rolled a 19.
Wow.
So it's 26.
26. Okay. And yet you possess this wizard's scrying orb. What
This
will
dude.
you What do you wish in exchange?
We would like to get out of here, off of this level of hell. We know there's a portal inside of you. And she kind of gestures at the boat net. We just want to use that and get out of here.
Name it red.
Yeah. Same though.
Gozathun appears thoughtful. He says, "May I see it?" And you watch as like a little smaller, almost like vestigial tentacle extends outward toward it.
Please God in heaven, tell me that it's password protected.
Do you want it to be?
Yeah, because it'd be really
Yeah,
funny.
sure. Yeah.
Sure. So yeah, Verna locks it and hands it over.
Okay. He takes it and he looks at it. And it's just displaying like the login screen, which is just a it's like you remember where you have to like move your finger around the dots.
Oh
my
yeah.
God,
The
yeah.
lock screen, pretty much. Yeah.
It says, "What is this puzzle?" And he starts like moving his tentacle along it. And he says, "This does not provide the knowledge you claimed. Fascinating as the puzzle may be." And then he keeps like drawing on it. What does it mean when it says invalid?
There's essentially a lock on it, and we have the key. I showed it to you in good faith.
Mm. And in exchange for the key to this tome, you wish to journey away from here with my portal.
Yes, and we need to do it on land because I'm not going to have a lake of blood gushing into another level of hell and piss off the demons that are there.
I'm going to say one last persuasion check with advantage from Goff for this.
And everyone
Um,
just like prayer
If you want to
circle.
all pile on everything that you got for this one, because this is the big one, because convincing him to leave his
To leave
lair
his lake.
is a pretty big ask.
I don't think I have anything, but yeah.
No,
How
we
gonna
don't.
see if-
many-
We don't have to pile everything on because I
Mido
do
has-
have.
Oh, fuck.
Mido has proficiency in intimidation,
God
so
damn
if
it.
No, I got this.
No.
I got this. It's okay. I got a luck
Oh.
point, baby.
Oh shit. Just force it.
I'm using it. I'm brute forcing this one, guys.
I'm cashing in my
No,
chit.
I'm giving you. Ina's going to be like, I don't know what is happening, but
Can
I'm
we-
sure you can do this.
Can we see what you roll first?
So here's the thing. Here's the
Oh, yeah,
thing.
can
The luck
can I-
check. Here's the thing. That luck point. It says specifically that it's an ability check of a DC 25 or lower.
Oh no.
I'm going to tell you
God.
that the
Oh no.
difficulty to
Does
make
it?
a Kraken. Yeah, it says it right
Oh.
there on your avatar stone sheet if you look at it.
No.
That's no fun.
Like you can automatically succeed on any saving throw or attack roll, but ability checks specifically have to be DC 25 or lower. I will tell you.
Can I
That
use my
I-
luck point?
I will tell you that forcing a Kraken to leave his lair is going to be at least a DC 30.
So like, Tom, if you have advantage and inspiration and your bonus and stuff like that, is it possible for you to
I mean,
get
when I rolled a
30?
20, when I rolled a natural 20 with an inspiration, I got 37 total.
I
that
wanna
was rolled- that was-
try.
really high on that
I-
inspiration.
I rolled a 9 on the inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You've got another D12 inspiration.
do I?
I guess, yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Even though the luck point doesn't automatically succeed on 25 or above 25, is it possible to use it and still gain some sort of benefit, even if it's not a guaranteed success?
I've never considered that part of it. No.
Oh, as in like, it's not a possibility.
No. I've never made that part of the mechanics for this specific thing. So no, I'm not going to allow that.
Okay. Trying to think, is there anything else that could throw a few more points into that? A few more extra bits into that number.
I'm just trying to think if there's any way to lower a difficulty check. I mean, there are ways, but
Usually,
Not ways that aren't hostile.
yeah.
I feel like if I cast a spell, he'll just know I did it. He'll see me do it. Right? He's like looking at us, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And this is like.
I mean, I could cast Bless for an extra D4, but if he sees me do it, I don't know.
You could, if you
Doesn't-
want, I'll allow you to like cast it on yourself, but use a sleight of hand to make it look like you're praying to your goddess or something.
If I roll a sleight of hand, it's not
That's
gonna.
Dex.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get anything out of that, and you and I both know it. Even if I roll a 20, even if I roll a 20, it's gonna be a 20, and that's all. There's no modifier there. I guess I just have to go with what I have.
Leave it to the luck of the dice.
Yeah.
Whew. Whew.
All right. Bad. possible.
Mhm.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So that's a 15 plus 7.
The
Oh, I
23
have to
22.
roll really well on the inspiration.
You have to roll an 8 or higher on the
D12.
inspiration.
Come on, girls.
Okay. 8 or
This
higher is
is
not 8 or high. That's actually a little bit more room to move than I thought I had.
You have a little less than a 50% chance.
I rolled a 10.
What's the total there? 15 plus
30,
10
30, 32.
Oh.
is 32.
No, 15
Oh
plus
my
7 plus 10.
god.
15 plus 7 plus 10 is 32.
32.
The DC for this check was
Was 30?
32.
Oh my god. Did this really just happen?
We got it?
Huh?
Oh my god.
Tricked me. You said it was a 30.
I said it was at least a 30.
Oh my god.
Um,
that's unreasonable. I cannot believe that. I thought you were about to hit me with a 33.
no. Gozathun strokes this long beard of tentacles that's hanging from his chin for a moment. And he says, mortals of frail constitution would struggle to enter the blood rift from underwater, it's true. There is an island off the coast, on the center of the lake. Swim up there and I shall meet you shortly.
Oh my god.
Insight check.
Give me an insight check.
29.
You get this impression that his desire to hold this information in his hand outweighs any sense of self-preservation he might have.
Oh my god.
That's the real internet addiction right there.
We all understand.
All right.
Goff takes a deep breath, I guess, which is weird here, but is very well. Be glad to do business shortly. And he turns to Verna, and he just kind of like I guess you can't see his face. He does that, like, you can't see it, but he does like that, like, wide eye, like, oh my god. All right,
Amazing.
everyone, let's carry on. Back to the surface.
Time to swim.
And
All right.
everyone has freedom of movement, so we might be able to get up there faster than we got down here.
Yeah, definitely.
Or not everyone has
Oh.
freedom, but 7 has.
I'll use my bonus action as we move up. It doesn't have a
Just a
resource
zoop
tied
up
to
on
it.
there.
Yeah, so I'll just
Incredible rolls, y'all. This was I was planning for a big
Insane.
scary underwater combat, and now
I can't believe this.
The fact
This
that we
is
not
fucked
only
up.
avoided it, but by giving the internet, I don't know. I think that might
You're gonna
top everything
fucking,
we've
You're
done.
gonna fucking give this dude a swirly in a moment. Like, it's ridiculous. Okay, so you swim up. Yeah.
So no, go ahead.
No, you start swimming toward the surface of the water. Wiggle, I think, points you in the direction of the island that Gozathun had mentioned. And eventually you make your way to the surface, pulling yourself up onto the beach of this small island. And you have some time to prepare if you're intending to ambush him.
Oh,
As we go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
As we get out, and I'm assuming, like, once we're on the surface, do the oozes, like, kind of like unenvelop us, or do they?
If you want them to, yeah, they can do that.
Probably should, right? Well, no, because if they could help. Well, no, we don't want to get them get hurt. Because we're fighting for them, right? So we
I
don't.
think they're scared, so we should
Yeah.
let them ooze away.
As we step out into the out of the blood lake, Goff will say, "All right, Wiggle, you've done so well. You've done a very good job. You and your friends, you can. We're okay up here. You can go back to your normal shape."
They will just sort of melt off of you, and they will. I think Wiggle waves goodbye, and they all go back into the lake.
I
Bye,
love this slime.
Wiggle.
Stay safe. And he turns to everyone. He says, "Okay. Wow. All right."
My big question: do we have any way to keep it here? Because maybe it will be angry enough by what we've done to stay and fight, but it could just go back down there.
That is what I was about to bring up. How do we? And we should. I don't know how well he can hear. We should discuss this quietly. How?
He doesn't speak common.
That's
That's
true.
true. How do we keep it up here?
Well, we know it can be anti-gravity. Do we know it can be affected by the anti-magic field?
I think Dune said that it might be too
Too
big for the
big.
anti-gravity.
It is quite big.
Well,
Field is about 100 feet around. This is probably twice that size.
Would pull it up out of the.
It would pull out what part got stuck in it. If we get it just right, it might be right within cylinder.
So you need to hit center mass.
Yes.
How big is this island we're on?
Fairly big.
Okay, good.
It's probably like you're not even seeing the whole thing. Like just the beachhead that you're on is probably like a couple 100 feet around.
I think if we're planning on playing a little bit of a Trixie, we should probably move further inward before we start some fun.
Sure. As we were, how far around? How wide is this lake?
How wide is like the whole lake?
Like, okay, let me rephrase this question. Was there a bottleneck point, as we were swimming down and up that I noticed, like where the entry, like the passageway was?
Like, is there like an inlet into this island, basically?
No, I'm talking about underwater, under blood, or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
As we were swimming under the blood in underwater, I'm gonna say underwater for the sake of clarity.
Mhm.
As we were swimming underwater and swimming back up, was there ever a point in the process of us traversing the blood lake under the blood where there was a passage that was narrower than 100 feet across on all sides?
I would say yes.
Okay. So how? And you said that when we were down there, we were about 600 feet down.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay. I could. I don't know how well this would work. Let me read the description of this. Oh, I have to see it. Never mind, that wouldn't work. How far down was the point I was talking about?
Probably about 100 feet.
Okay, well, I have to be able to see it, and this water's pretty much more like it's pretty opaque, right?
Yeah, it's pretty opaque.
I'm just trying to think of a clever way to use earthquake. Like I feel like
I figured as much.
I feel like if I could block off its escape route, it would be stuck up here. But I have to be able to see the spot. Unfortunately, it specifies I have to be able to see it. And I can't see it up here. I already had Wiggle leave. Then again, I am one of the people that can go underwater, under the blood without being hurt.
Yeah.
How far can I see when I'm under? Go ahead.
I think Dune says, Anybody have a spell that holds person in place?
A person, sure.
Monster,
Oh.
person. I know there is monster variety.
I only know dominates creature.
Oh, that could
It
help.
counts.
But usually very strong things.
Oh, I asked this question. I have it, and he holds up his staff.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oh yes, Sissel had it from the staff.
Oh yeah. She sure did. I should have known that.
All right, what I could do is hit him with staff. He is not going to break free if I hit him with staff.
Are you sure?
I am very smart wizard, my friend.
He's a very smart Kraken, dude. I
I
don't
see.
doubt your ability.
Just to explore all options, though, do we need to fight it? We know. I know the little blood dragons are scared of it, but
We did kind of make a
all
promise.
demon.
Well, we didn't make a promise, but it would be very nice.
It would be nice.
I made a deal with those.
it would be
You know,
tactical.
if we made a deal, I feel like coming from the Feywild, Ina would be like, if we made a deal, I think we should probably not. Bad things happen when you
Oh yeah.
don't. Very bad things happen.
Mhm.
So we're killing a kraken that we could just warp away from to make all these little blood monsters happy.
Yeah,
All right.
precisely.
Verna,
Yeah.
that is what we've been doing the entire time we've known each other.
It's just a very large beast. And we have more important things to attend to, but if that is what the group wants, that is.
Keep in mind, as determined as this creature is to see what we have, you can never fully trust something like this. There's a very strong chance it would try to work to, I don't know, eat us, kill us in some other terrible way.
Understood?
I understand where you're coming from. I've been thinking the same thing the whole time, but unfortunately, I am a being bound by morals and guilt in a way that is often detrimental to my own well-being.
And we just know how
trust your
deals work
judgment.
Mhm.
with things that are
They
maybe a
can-
little weirder than you.
They go very bad very fast.
Worse than a fight with the kraken. I'm good. I'm okay.
I fucking love everything that's happening right now. I fucking love everything that's been happening for the past 15 minutes.
Me three.
I
It's
love D&D
amazing.
This is
so
such an
much.
incredible night. Like, good lord, I really
This is
shouldn't.
not where I expected this to go when we started this session.
But
Yeah,
I'm
same
glad
here.
it
Loving it.
is.
Same here.
So, we
I am
have a
telling
way
you.
to trap it?
I am telling you. I have power to hold monster in place. I hit him with spell. He is not getting out. I guarantee.
But what about the things that, like, you know how
Well,
sometimes
he might have slight ability to get out if he is very
What?
determined.
What's your
try a couple times.
percentage of chance of getting out? Would you say?
I would say he has maybe 15-20% chance of escaping.
I've gotten out with 15 or 20% chance of escaping. So
As much as I like your confidence, usually creatures of this size and this power are very resilient to the effects of spells. We may not want to go to, I don't know, we may.
Well, I will leave it to your discretion then. But it is possibility. We could. I have that spell. I have gravity spell. All could be possible.
I've got a couple things that could make its day worse.
most of my things are about killing. So
I have a question about legendary resistance.
Yep.
Does legendary resistance passively always happen, or is it based on like the awareness
They
of a
choose.
monster?
They choose. They choose to succeed. Granted, not all legendary monsters have legendary resistances.
In this campaign, they frequently do.
We'll just have to
Beholders
try and see. I've got
Beholders didn't when you fought them.
Yeah, but that was before you gave us a lot more weird shit, and and you've constantly talked about how much you regret giving us tons of ridiculous items, and how you're the only way to counter it is to throw legendary resistance monsters at us.
Yeah, well.
I'm just saying, this is what you've said.
I know.
I'm rereading some of my spells, and I've got one that's frankly kind of stupid for a level 3 spell, so I'm excited
Ooh.
to...
Some of them are that way.
It might not work, because it involves wisdom saves, but it could, if nothing else, it could cause some inconvenience, so we'll see.
All right. Well, if we are going to plan ambush or plan, we might not have much more time. Should make decision.
Oh,
I agree.
Deciding it.
Oh, for those of us, I guess, who are probably going to be like in his face, and that's and probably Ina, Verna, Mido, right?
I'm sorry, for what?
For what?
People who will be in his face.
Melee
Oh,
range.
yeah.
Protection from evil and good on 3 of us, baby.
Hell yeah. Uno might also be in his face.
On 4 of us, baby.
Thank
Wait,
you.
what kind of creature? What type of monster is this?
A monstrosity.
Is that
is
that affected by evil and good? I don't know if it is.
I don't think so.
Okay.
So never
Protection
mind.
on evil and good is not on us, baby.
Sorry.
Good is aberration, celestials, elemental, space fiends, and undead.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I wasn't trying to poop on the party. I
No
was just thinking,
worries.
I was just thinking that might be ineffective.
That was a good call to ask. Yeah, and that we would know because we did see his
wiki article, which
Wikipedia.
his wiki article.
It was on
listed
the
what his type was, what his size was. Yeah.
I don't really have anything that I can offer to prepare, but if we are, kind of being given a preemptive round or any kind of surprise round, I will have something to do like right before we enter that situation, but otherwise not.
Okay. Toon says, I am going to take high ground. Away from water. Cats don't like water.
We remember.
Let me look
He heads up
something
to
real quick.
he heads up to a spot where he can still be within range to cast his spells if need be. So he's still within like 100 feet.
I just imagined like whenever Uno and Dune go on like a vacation together, Ina and Uno are like at the beach and Dune is like far away.
Yeah.
Just off in a corner.
Yeah. All right.
Because of Font of Magic, if I wanted to get my sorcery points back, it says you can only restore 2 to 5 points at a time. The conversion is a bonus action. That's not like limited per long or short rest. I can just do it.
You just do this as long as you have spell
So
slots
I
to
could
burn.
Is it a spell slot thing or is it just points? Okay.
Yeah, you can basically like...
It's weird because we do spell points, but like you're converting spell points to spell slots and then turning spell slots into sorcery points.
Yeah.
It's weird.
When I used to do that more often, I would like just kind of give myself the equivalent sorcery points. But like I don't think I'm really supposed to do that. But I would basically
so
treat
if I use like a
one-to-one.
fifth, it says it is.
Oh, is
If I use like a 5th level spell to restore points, I would just get 7 back. The correct conversion.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me think about this. I have to look at Font of Magic.
This is what I. This is what I.
Okay, so
wrote.
a 5th level spell is sorcery. So 2, 3, 5. Yeah, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. I think is the equivalent of the spell point list, right? So
Yeah.
spell
Yeah.
points is 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so
It
it's a
looked
one.
the
It
same
is
to
actually
me.
it is actually a 1-to-1. So like if you want to get 7 sorcery points
Yeah,
back, you'd
I'm just
sacrifice 7 spell
gonna.
points.
I'm just gonna use a 5th level spell and just transfer 7 points over.
Okay.
That's technically 2 bonus actions, but I don't think it really matters.
That's fine. No, it'd only be 1. You're using a 5th level spell slot, right?
It says I can only do. Wait. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It just
It
says
doesn't
that I
matter.
can only restore 2 to 5 points at a time. So I'm just wrong that it can't be a 5th level spell
okay.
slot, but that's me using like 2 smaller spell slots. But it's
Got
just it's semantics, unless we were actually in a combat situation.
Okay.
Ooh,
I don't see that. I see you can transform an expended sorcery points into 1 spell. Oh, okay, I see. Where does it say that 2 to 5
That's
at a
just what I
time?
wrote in. I don't know. That's what I wrote in my.
No, I'm looking at Font of Magic right now, and I don't see that.
Yeah, let me look at.
I think it's just a 1-to-1
Maybe
conversion.
Maybe I was looking at
Converting
an
spell slot to
outdated.
sorcery points. As a bonus action on your turn, you can expend 1 spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points to the slot's level. Equal to the slot's level, so actually it's different.
Oh, okay.
So if you wanted to convert a spell slot to sorcery points, if you wanted to create a spell slot from sorcery points, you would use those amounts. But if you wanted to go the other way and turn a spell slot into sorcery points, you only gain a number of sorcery points equal to the level of the spell. So it's actually a loss.
It's a little bit of okay. I'll still I'll just do the 5th level and I'll just convert. I'll just get the 5 points.
Yeah, so you're spending 7 spell points and gaining 5 sorcery points. It's not like an even conversion.
That's fine. I just want a few more sorcery points.
Yep. Okay. All right. So, any other preparations people wish to make for Gozathun's inevitable arrival?
Sorry, reading a spell.
Una is going to not be quite where we're going to be in melee range, but she is going to stick around the melee folks.
And is Goff, where's Goff gonna be?
Probably similar to Uno.
Okay.
A bit behind the melee, but still closer than Dune.
So Ina, Mito, and Verna are kind of near the shoreline.
Yeah.
And Goff and Uno are a little further back from that. Dune is way up on a cliff somewhere, and
Dune.
7 is.
7 will probably be like not as far back as Dune, but definitely in the back.
Okay, and Mel, what were you saying?
Dune, if you need this, you can borrow it. And she hands him her broom for now.
It is very nice. I do not need to clean anything right now. I am kidding you. I thank you very much. He takes the broom of flying and he actually zips off.
I'm so warped by fantasy media that I didn't understand the joke for a solid like 10 seconds. I was like, "What? Clean it? What the fuck is he talking about?" I was just like, "Oh yeah, a broom by default, a flying
Fly.
device for wizards."
Amazing.
All right.
Someone handing Tom a broom at work. What am I supposed to do with this?
I'm not a wizard. I can't fly. I'm gonna cast Aura of Purity again because it ran out at some point between one previous session and now.
Okay. So you can put that up. Ina had some sort of aura, or is that Ina's just default aura for being a paladin?
That is the Holy Avenger aura.
Oh, right. Okay.
I don't know what this leaf thing. Oh, I know what it was. That's not out there anymore.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Me and anyone within 10 feet has advantage on saving throws against spells and all other magical effects.
Okay. You all position yourselves along this beach and you wait. And in the distance, the sea appears. Some creature, a leviathan creature, rises up out of the lake and starts moving in the direction of the island. You all see most of you see Gozathun. Verna, there is nothing there.
Okay.
Verna, you see nothing, although your allies and your friends seem to be responding to an approaching form. To the rest of you, Gozathun swims up to the edge of the beach.
Sneaky little whale.
And he says, "Very well. In exchange, your tome and its key for my portal."
I think Verna's the one with the bow net right now.
Verna
Yeah.
is the one with the bow net.
Verna, you don't
Does she
hear
even?
any of this.
Ooh.
You don't see Gozathun. You don't hear any of this.
Goff will to Verna be like, well,
Actually, I think Goff would have had to translate for Verna in the first place, right? So Verna would have, he would have given Verna a translation out of nothing.
oh yeah, Goff will say, he's here. He wants to make the trade.
Sorry?
The deal. The bow net
Yes?
for the portal.
Yes. What about it?
He's asking that we make the trade.
I know that.
He's here.
Can I do an insight check on Verna?
Yeah.
To see like if I understand why she's acting weird. 26.
Verna, you're not deceiving or anything. You're just
Oh,
bewildered.
I'm just chilling. Like,
What's
I'm
wrong?
having a good time. Nothing. Just calm down. He'll be here soon.
He is here.
Yes,
Not-
he's in the blood lake. He'll be here.
No, he's literally right here on the shore.
we all can see it, right?
It's only
Yes.
Verna. It's only because I gave Verna true sight.
Oh my god.
Verna, it's right here.
I promise you, it is not.
I look
Whoa,
at.
I promise you this.
Gozathun's bellowing voice issues forth once more. "I am growing impatient. Where is my tome?"
Would Goff realize at this
Goff-
point that he
Goff-
gave Verna true sight?
Goff
I mean, if
remembers.
the player-
Goff
if
cast
the player-
it. Goff cast it, and the cogs are twirling, and he says,
Yeah, if the player
Look,
remembers it, Goff would remember it.
He looks at Verna, and he says, "Are you certain?"
Yes. Are you all right?
Goff stands up, back straight, and he turns his head towards the shore. And then Celestial says, "Not so easy. There is no deal to be had here with trickery such as this."
"I beg your pardon."
Uno leans into Eden and goes, ooh.
You can't understand him. You can't. He's speaking in Celestial.
Well, you're speaking tongues. Oh wait, no, you're speaking Celestial. Never mind. Yeah, you're
I
right.
specifically say
Uh-huh.
speaking Celestial.
Yeah,
I did
you're
that
right.
so that the dragon blood whelps wouldn't understand the conversation.
You're
I didn't
right,
want them,
you're right.
I didn't want them to get freaked out.
Fair point. Never mind. That doesn't happen.
Though tongues is
Okay.
still technically active.
Yeah, you could use tongues if you want everyone to understand you.
Just for the sake of consistency, he's speaking in Celestial.
Yeah.
He says, "You yourself made note of how resilient we seem to be, you think you could trick us like this?
There is no trickery here. You asked that I open the portal on the surface, and I intend to make good on my word.
Can I insight check that? He's not even
Yeah,
here.
give me an insight. Give me an insight check.
Okay. 27.
27. This is clearly an illusion. No doubt about it. However, it's not a simple illusion. This is not the kind of illusion that's like fire and forget. He is, in a sense, speaking through this illusion.
Oh.
But because it is an illusion, it is not tangibly there.
It is not tangibly there, no.
Oh, Uno can do that shit.
There is no portal here. And I would thank you to...
And I may open the portal where I choose, so long as I have line of sight.
I don't want to be repetitive, but insight check on that.
Go for it.
Or I
Go
don't know
for
if it's like a gut. Okay. 26.
This representation of Gozathun, this illusion, whatever it may be, seems to be getting irritated by your incessant questions.
Did I get any any idea about what he just said being false?
No. You get the impression that this is an ancient creature who's not going to expose himself to danger, and if he has the ability to open the portal remotely, he's going to do so.
I mean, we
It
don't
does
have
not
to fight it if we don't do.
It does not speak well of your character to not meet us face to face. How do we know that you will not simply take it and leave us stranded?
In response to that, he reaches his tentacle forward, and you watch as this illusion's tentacle passes through some of the rock face. He's not making any secret about the fact that this is an illusion. I could not take it, even if I wished to be a double dealer. I can open the portal, place the tome and its key on the beach, and I will retrieve it at my leisure.
Goff turns to... I don't know. I know our layout right now is weird. I guess to the closest people, he will kind of briefly... He will summarize in common what is going on and what the Kraken just said.
If we don't fight the creature, perhaps it's for the best.
But Wiggle.
The slimes were very cute, but we can't fix every layer of the abyss that we pass through.
I suppose.
Maybe we can think of something else to repay them with.
Maybe if the
Maybe we can come back.
Maybe if the creature is so consumed with reading all of the knowledge, it will no longer torment them.
Yeah. Years later, the Kraken discovers Flappy Bird.
Oh no.
Bed. You were laying in your bed.
It does not sit well with me. But if
Me neither.
this is how it's going to play, we may have to cut our losses and simply move on to find the rest of our friends.
Damn it.
Just because I'm curious about how the BodeNet tablets work, can Walden, like, on his
Ban?
end, cut the internet connection to any of them?
No.
Or is it? Oh, okay, it's just a
decentralized.
self-contained. Okay,
I'm
it would have been
Okay,
funny
as
if we
funny
just.
as that. As funny as it would be to cut off this dude's internet connection to the BoneNet, I guarantee if we do that as a goof,
Oh, I'm sure it'll
we're going
come
to be
back.
hunted by this Kraken.
Yeah.
I honestly
fun.
genuinely want the Kraken to have access to the full spectrum
I
of
want
the
that-
internet.
I want that to be a problem for future campaigns.
I want the Kraken to get into stupid fights on forums. I want
Yes.
the Kraken to understand.
Oh my god, I want the Kraken to
suffering-
discover anime.
I want the Kraken to get into stupid discourse.
No.
I want-
You know he would.
Yes. It's so
With his-
good, y'all.
With his fucking attitude, he would be the perfect like
That would, be
internet.
that would be his forum signature. Goes within the ancient, the all sanguine, sire of blood.
There wouldn't be enough characters for that.
He make their characters.
What forums it would make it like one of those
Like an
you know,
old
the
school
signa-
forum signature.
Yeah.
the kind
Yeah.
you make in like your pirated version of Photoshop.
Yeah. It's good, y'all. It's real good, y'all. Let's do it.
Do you think you would have like the emo edit hair in the profile picture?
God.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a
Yeah,
GeoCities page.
a Bratz doll banner in his thing.
Yeah.
No, it had the little pet shop intro that we saw.
Okay, what are you doing with this
Alright.
ancient being?
Screwing with him.
Goff. He will just quietly say he'll just say, "Widow, I'm sorry. I will find some way to come back."
They already left, right? Like all
Yeah,
of you.
He's
think
saying this to himself.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I'm sorry. All right, and Celestial. So how is? In what order will these actions happen?
Do you have the tome?
Yes,
Show it to me.
Verna, hold up the BoneNet.
I
Show me the key to unlocking it.
Goff says, "We need to show him the key."
Oh no, I figure I don't. What I mean, technically, I don't know what the. It's just like a finger trace, or it's like.
Yeah, it's a
another-
finger trace.
It's lost.jpg.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah. So I show it to him using my finger.
Okay. He says, very well. And his large form kind of nods in the direction on the side of the beach, and to a kind of rock outcropping that is jutting up off of the beach, like maybe like 30 feet away. And he says, leave it there, and I shall open the portal.
And just to be clear, you will open it immediately.
Immediately. Make sure your allies are near so that they can enter. The portal will not stay open for long.
Dude.
What if?
Goff will translate. He wants us to leave it over there. He said he will open the portal immediately. As soon as we do, we should all be near. It still doesn't sit right with me. But I have got no intention of trickery, though it is very likely to still occur.
It'll be okay.
All right, well, Verna, whenever you're ready, let us all. And he looks at the Dune. Dune, come near.
What?
Get over here.
I can't hear you. I'm coming closer.
Good.
This Falk. Did you guys know Falk made that character?
Dune walks down the beach, toward the beach. He kind of Dune probably because he's been like 100 feet off, probably hasn't heard any of this conversation. As he gets closer to you, Goff, he says, "You know it's illusion, right?"
Yes, he's not going to actually come up here. I think right now we.
Oh no, I could have told you that he's an ancient being. Why would he put himself in danger?
We'll talk about it later.
Well, you were very, very happy about plan, and I didn't want to speak.
Oh God!
Look, we don't have time to talk about this right now.
Okay.
I know
we have to kill Sinek, or our souls are forfeit.
We have to. Yes. So we have to assume that this portal is going to open, and that we're going to go to some other terrible layer of this place. If not, then we're going to have to fight and kill this thing somehow, because I've had just about enough of it. So let us all stand near. Verna, whenever you're ready, please place the bow net right where he said, and let us hope, against all odds, that we are given a portal that takes us away from here.
Do you think we have articles on the boat net?
Probably.
Of course we do.
We can look up everything when we get back.
Though I would hope that Walden would not put crucial information on there that would give away our weaknesses or ways to hurt us.
Now, he would never sell our information.
No!
Mito doesn't seem to believe what she's saying.
We're going to pay a visit to Walden on our way back when we go back. For now, we all just have to put our faith in an absolutely ludicrous plan.
Like always.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Right. So you all gather close to one another. And Bernie, you go and place the bow net on the rock outcropping.
Be ready.
Return to your party. As you all gather around, the illusory form of Gozathun raises its head up and says, "Very well. The pact will be honored." And you watch its eyes flash, and boom, this reverberating sound echoes across the beach. You look underneath your feet as the ground seems to distend as if the world around it is falling into a gravity well.
Oh my.
It opens up, and below you see this terrible vision of blood and bone and fangs gnashing as your bodies distend, like the light around them is warping, and you are pulled into the rift.
Sure, this is fine.
You are shunted through this place. It's very much like, Goff, when you travel with plane shift, or when any of you use a teleport spell, there is a moment where you're kind of between worlds, so to speak, and you see stars or celestial bodies around you. This is very much the same kind of experience, except what you're seeing instead is just these horrible visions of flesh and bone all around you. You are pulled through this rift, and it seems to be going on forever. Your bodies being stretched. It doesn't hurt, but your bodies are just being stretched and distended, like they're being sucked into a black hole. And then all at once, wham! With this sickening squelch, each of you, one after the other, boom, 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 crash through this layer of thin membrane and plummet into darkness. As you smash into the ground underneath your feet, lying prone, you find yourselves in this grand cavern, pitch black, with the exception of this one ray of light that is descending from that membrane you just punctured. And it's leaving this singular spot of light on the floor. As you all begin to kind of get up and brush yourselves off. The ground underneath you that you fell upon is almost like a cushion. It's fibrous in a way. It's sticky. The substance is almost silken in nature, and you're finding it like sticking to your body as you're pulling away. Strands of white
Yep.
are
Yep.
in somewhere distantly in the caves. You hear the sounds of skittering feet, the occasional chitter of some grotesque creature, moisture dripping from the walls, but nothing else. Everything is just dark all around.
Great.
And then slowly that one ray of light from the membrane, you see it shrinking and shrinking as the membrane starts closing up. And then you're all within darkness again.
Goff will cast light on his staff.
And I've got true sight, right?
You do have true sight, so you have.
I'm sure 7 can see just
But
fine.
this isn't magical
Yes.
darkness, and dark vision really only helps if there is some source of light. So Goff's, fortunately, casting light allows you all to see better.
I have superior dark vision.
You gaze around at these rock formations that are jutting, stalactites and stalagmites, or some places they're meeting, almost like in an hourglass shape. And every surface is covered in a thick, kind of grayish white webbing. You see strands of the same web just crisscrossed along the ceilings, blocking some passageways, funneling through others. You can see occasionally like little tiny spiders sort of skittering around on these webs, like maybe comparatively to the giant and humanoid spiders that you've encountered. Like they're small, but they're still pretty big. They're like the size of your fist, just sort of like scuttering around.
Of course, it's spiders.
No, not 7.
If you guys don't know a lot about drow lore, there's a lot there's spider and deities involved. He does not like.
How much does 7 know about that lore?
He escaped from that. He was pretty young when he was teleported out from his parents' estate while it was under attack. He didn't get a particularly great education before then because he was supposed to not to exist, and he had to stay away from the other families because they basically his family was under the attack of a coup at one point, and since he was born with his shadow affliction, they basically just said that he was stillborn and that he didn't exist. So if anybody of them found out he still existed, it would be a problem. So I would probably say he probably doesn't know a lot. He just knows that this has a very bad vibe based on the few things that I remember.
Does he at least know about Lolth, the Queen of Spiders?
Oh, I'm sure he knows
God.
about. I'm sure he knows about her. Yes.
Then he would know that she herself is considered a demon prince of the abyss.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Just as a quick reminder, what was the name of the demon that we encountered in Sigil?
Arasta.
And what
She
was her?
was
What were her
Yeah.
traits?
What do you mean her traits?
I feel like I remember her being spider-like, but maybe I completely
She
made
is
that
spider-like.
up.
Yes, she has the bottom part of her body is spider-like. I think I had a picture of her. Yeah, there she is.
So
I'll just
did
put the picture because
did she ever mention Did she ever mention the layer of the abyss that like she was from?
No. Nope. That's what she looks like. I put her in Wiggle.
We
Oh, wow.
definitely did very, very, very early on in the campaign fight a spider lady
You
thing
fought
from.
Ilaria the Doomweaver, under priestess of the Spinning Dark,
Yes.
and you seemingly killed her back in the arc where you guys where Harriet uncovered her power.
Except it was the prime material, right?
Except it was a prime material.
And we've learned since then about killing demons in the prime material. Or the Blue Hearts have. Ina doesn't know.
Well,
Ina doesn't know
Ina
things.
doesn't know anything.
we might be. I don't want to make any immediate assumptions, but I have a bad feeling we may see some old friends. And I don't mean friends.
I know what you meant.
Thank you, Mido.
You're welcome. And I give him a slap on the back, like a friendly.
He completely does not acknowledge it.
What? And then she goes, what? And then she looks at Verna. She's like, can you believe this?
I'm sure Verna's paying complete attention to what just happened.
Yeah.
She's probably just like making notes about the nasty cave that we fell into.
Cave rating 5 out of 10.
Well,
She well, Verna's actually a little preoccupied, and who would she say this to?
Her bestie.
You know that the bow net, it's it only had one charge left.
For the day.
Oh no! Really? Oh my
Yeah.
God, Daily.
Yeah.
Does he know how to recharge it? Is it magic?
Does it
It's
have
magic.
a battery? Oh,
No,
okay.
it's all magic.
Darn! I
Darn.
thought
It'd be
yeah,
so funny if it ran on a battery.
Oh my
No.
god.
that sucks. Never mind then.
But if he keeps busy,
If it ran out
then
of battery, how would you use it? Where's the power outlets in the Dapper
Listen.
Snapdragon?
At Walden's house, or our house that he installed.
God.
It's not that absurd.
if he's busy on the internet, he won't have time to torment the little blobbies.
Yeah.
I hope he gets into an MMO. I hope it ruins his life.
Oh,
I hope he spends his life savings on a shitty gacha game.
I hope he ends up playing RuneScape for
He's
the
gonna-
rest of
He's
eternity.
gonna become one of those people that plays EVE Online 24/7
Yeah.
Oh my God.
and like runs an empire or whatever. And
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
This has been a good night for characters.
Yeah.
been.
I don't like this, but I suppose we can just keep moving forward. From one impossible puzzle to the next.
and Goff just like wipes some webbing off of his hands.
Shake it off of your hand and it just sticks and it's disgusting. You
Yeah.
try to like wipe it off and it just sticks to whatever surface that you try to wipe it
Yeah.
off on.
Blech.
I will say that most of the party does have freedom of movement.
That is
Oh
true.
wait, does environmental immunity protect against spider
Yes.
webs?
Yep.
Oh my god, what a good fucking module.
Wish
dude.
that
know,
was
right?
real, and I wish that was real life. Okay. I don't
So
want
I
to
th-
get.
So
fucking
we
spider web.
it should at least help us with that from protect us from getting stuck for a while.
Yeah.
Is the area that we're in like? Is there only one way out, or is it kind of like any direction?
It's like any direction. You're in almost total darkness with the exception of your light, and it is just featureless caves and tunnels in every direction, coated in webbing.
Ina has dancing lights. I didn't remember this. She will do that too to
Okay.
help with the lights.
Can those move with us?
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
so.
nice.
They hover in the air. Four little four little glowing orbs that hover. And I can move up to 60 feet as a bonus action on my turn. Yeah.
All right.
Once again, we have to figure out which direction to go in.
Hmm. It looks like the same everywhere
It's just
in
pitch
every
black
direction?
nothingness in every direction.
It's just pitch black nothingness in every direction.
I-
I mean,
And
there's
just
occasional
and the
rock
floor is
formations,
like
Well, on every
silk.
surface is spider web.
Is there any kind of plant nearby?
Give me a perception check.
Sure. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Ah.
That's why you should always roll, even if it's not your best.
Oh, I mean, I
Um,
never don't. I never not roll.
I know. So I'd say with that, you do see like tufts of brown grass kind of jutting up through some places on the floor. It looks to be like little sparse pieces that might have grown out of cavern walls and that kind of thing. But most of it's just been covered over by spiderweb.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Plants on myself.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna kind of hunker down to the ground and go, "Hello. Can you hear me?"
You are met by just endless screaming.
Oh my god!
Wow, that wasn't the
Oh
response
my
that I
God.
expected. Oh no.
What?
It's just screaming in your
Um,
ear
Oh
forever.
gosh. Calm down, please.
It stops. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going, keeps screaming.
I try to pet it. Does it still scream? I just pet it
Give
very
me
gently.
give me a shit. What kind of roll would this be?
Good question.
It's not
Animal
it's not-
handling.
it's not
Handling.
animals.
Nature?
Nature check. Yeah, give me a nature
Okay.
check.
Oh, is it a mandragora?
Nope. It
Bad.
screams even louder.
Oh no.
Oh no!
What is it saying?
It's screaming and it won't stop.
Oh, shush, 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 shush.
We're just petting grass.
Ina is also petting the grass.
I don't think it's going to do you any good, but I appreciate your attempt.
Oh dear.
There is no. Well, I suppose that we've been surprised before, but I would not expect any pleasant life here.
Is it possible for me to do a perception check and listen?
Give me a
I know
me a
that there's
perception.
probably a lot of different rock things that could affect the bouncing of sounds, but I guess I want to kind of listen and see if it sounds like there's any direction where I can hear anything.
You hear
Sure.
the strident streaming of tiny blades of grass.
31.
31. Wow.
Oh,
So in your immediate area, there are probably a good dozen exits to this cavern. All of them appear to have you kind of listen, you try to listen, and you hear the skittering of distant creatures. You don't know how big these things are. In a couple of them you hear running water.
Okay. Yeah, that's promising. You said a couple?
In the same general direction. Like a couple of tunnels heading in the same direction, but like maybe adjacent to one another.
Okay.
I hear water in this direction.
I just hear screaming.
You might want to deactivate the spell, Uno.
what does it sound like?
Bad.
Don't scream.
Oh no, Ina was asking for Uno to like transmit the screaming through the telepathy.
Oh.
Uno does it very briefly to spare Ina from what she is currently hearing right now.
Ina like stares into the middle distance for half a second after. Screaming.
Uno, I would recommend not continuing the spell.
Uno drops the spell.
That's very, very disconcerting.
Friends, I have problem.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yes.
kind?
You see Dune trying to pull the spider webs out of his fur. This is
Oh.
very gross and very difficult.
Ina casts prestidigitation. Just to try
Yeah,
and
as
clean
you
him up a
approach
bit.
and look at Dune, Dune looks at you and he says, "That is interesting," and he pokes your forehead, and you've got like little hard like pieces of you're not sure
Fire.
what, but like almost like vestigial horns.
Doo-doo.
Oh.
Is it doo-doo?
Oh.
Oh, it's horns.
Look, pointy.
Verna,
Yeah.
bite your lip, and you realize your canines are a little longer.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my
Welcoming you
god.
to sexy werewolves!
Finally!
What if we want to
Evan,
be?
your hand. You look down at your hands, and they look a little more claw-like than.
Oh,
Fuck
it's
yeah.
happening. Wait, is anything like that happening to Mito? Is it happening to all of us?
Mito, no, not so much.
Damn
Dune
it.
Dune and Uno, there's like very subtle, like variations of skin and fur color that you're noticing.
Yeah, sorry, Falk. This D&D party's full of queer furries.
Oh my god.
And just to be short, I have true sight, and this is happening.
Yes, this is happening.
Okay.
Do I notice all of this?
Oh, sisters.
Yeah, you've definitely noticed this.
I mean,
Do we feel any different, or is it just physical effects?
You
right
feel
now?
so the ones that I mentioned, especially Verna, Seven, and Ina. Well, I'd say this: Dune, Uno, Ina, Verna, and Seven have all been hearing like these faint whispers in the back of their
Right.
skull for a while now. I'd say Seven, Verna, and Ina more than the other two. And furthermore, the three of you have this strange feeling, almost like a compulsion that is rising in your chest that you're just fighting to suppress. This like, it's almost like the beginnings of bloodlust.
Do tell.
Oh boy.
God damn it.
boy.
Why?
So not fair. Whatever. Doing corruption stuff, but I'm not giving it to Lauren.
The three of you are starting to like get this hunger, this feeling like you need to rip something apart and feast on it.
Oh, fuck
Goth.
yes.
Goth walks over to Verna, and he looks around at everyone, and he says,
I noticed something was going on earlier. I've noticed a pull attempting to break into my mind as we got to these planes, or these layers. I think that the abyss is corrupting us.
I feel fine.
I feel fine as well, but not everyone is composed of the same stuff, both mentally or physically.
Do you mean like
Same.
those whisper thingies in the back?
What?
I look at Ina. I just stare
Are
at her.
you hearing whispers?
Ina, very
So
concerned.
so that's not just me? But I've
yeah.
had those before, so I thought it was just
It's a little weird. It's a little bad. I don't normally feel like this.
I'm not hearing any whispers.
You know, the whispers kind of make you want to do things like,
Okay.
you know, like experience viscera with your hands.
I'm slowly backing away from Ina.
Not
It's
good.
fine. It's fine, Mito. Okay.
Uno is going to take hold of Ina's hand and just say, if you're feeling a little bit weird, anyone, maybe stay close to me. And she's going to cast Calm Emotions around herself. It doesn't last that long, but...
Okay.
Okay.
So calm emotions. So everyone within 20 feet of Uno, is. So can you describe the effect that specifically this is causing?
She's basically like trying to kind of like emit an aura of calmness to maybe like, so even if it's just a little bit to kind of suppress the
Yeah.
The bloodlust.
The bloodlust.
I don't think the spell exactly does it, but I'll allow it. It's flavor.
Okay. It says that you attempt to suppress strong emotions in a group of people. So.
Yeah, but the exact effects are, one is suppress the effect of charm or frighten, and the other one is make a target indifferent
Oh,
about creatures of
yeah.
your choice that it is hostile toward.
Well,
It's mechanics versus flavor. I'm gonna err on the side of flavor and say, it's fine.
Okay.
That
So
does make
while
sense.
you're near, so Uno is projecting this aura of tranquility that is making you feel more at ease as you're close to her. Only lasts for about a minute, but
Yeah.
it suppresses the bloodlust briefly.
Yeah. We'll give you a little bit of a reprieve.
I don't know what to do about this. I don't know if I have the strength to continue this journey and suppress whatever is happening to everyone. I am only one man.
It's not like we can leave.
Verna, you're capable of cleansing various ailments, yes?
I can.
What? You can what?
I can do 2 more.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how much you could do.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
Maybe we save that for a last resort.
If you want to wait, fine, but I don't want this to go too far.
Then might I suggest we hurry? The longer we are in the abyss, the more this might become a problem.
Fair point. All right. Everyone keep your wits about you. If you feel yourself slipping, you tell me or Verna immediately. Verna, you tell me first.
Will do.
Or cleanse yourself if you can.
Don't worry, I'll keep Verna good to her word.
If Verna does not speak up for herself, Milo, you tell me.
I do a thumbs up, and then I put my arm around Verna, and then I give her a noogie.
We don't have time to stick around any longer, as Dune said, so we're going to go this way. I hear water. This is the best guess I have.
And he gestures in the direction he heard the water running.
Patrick.
Yeah.
How does Verna respond to the noogie?
She doesn't. She doesn't give you the satisfaction of responding.
What the
Oh my god.
I don't know why you expected anything else.
I was Mido was hoping for Mido. Something like that.
She has somehow rendered herself immune.
What the fuck?
She's
She
too
has freedom of
powerful.
movement. You can't give her a noogie.
Oh my god.
I also
my
have
God.
freedom of movement.
You can't restrain her.
2 slippery ladies who just can't restrain each
Oh
other.
no! I know where this is going.
No.
Don't no.
Wow.
Oh, Mel got pulled away.
Mal. Okay.
No.
So you all begin following Goff down the tunnels toward the sound of running water.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yes.
Why'd you say it like that?
No,
It's
I'm
implied
saying
that you were. No, the way Lauren responded, like it sounded like she was like, "Yeah, of course I'm following God." Like she implied she was gonna do something else. Anyway, sorry.
I feel goofy right now.
The caverns of the spinning dark are numerous and featureless. You continue onward into the dark for what seems like ages. And in the distance or in the adjacent tunnels, you hear skittering. You're not quite sure if they are in the distance or close at hand, and if the sound of the bouncing off of the walls is playing tricks on you. The water, the running water, the sound of it is growing louder in your ears. And that is when you notice a sliver of light up ahead. You come out of the tunnel that you're in and into a larger cavern. This one, unlike the rest of the spinning dark seems to expose itself to some exterior place. You are standing in a cave that is almost like a balcony overlooking a tremendous expanse, and there is a waterfall that guides its way down into a ravine. That ravine itself is just as dark as the place you're in, and from this distance you can see across this plain, this white, desolate waste. There are occasional spires jutting out from the landscape, and between these spires you see tremendous webs. And within those webs you see all kinds of objects, structures. They might be buildings. They might be the bones of ancient beasts that have been caught here in the webs. But now, as you stand below, looking out over this waste and down into the ravine below, where the darkness seems to continue, what do you wish to do?
So I'm sorry. The visual of what we're seeing is that do we exit into like a larger space?
You are standing within a cave still, and the lip of the cave has water that seems to cascade from the roof and then down over the side of this cave down into a ravine far, far below you, thousands of feet.
Okay.
The cave itself is overlooking a vast open expanse. The sky here is a ashen gray, and the landscape itself is pure white, like bone chalk white.
So we're in a cave with a ravine immediately like below us, and then out across at what we're seeing like beyond that ravine.
You're like looking at a vista, basically, like.
And there's an actual sky. Like there's not
There's
like
an
the
actual
ceiling.
sky, right?
So there's some sort of
There is
exterior.
There is some sort of surface, but there is to this layer. But you know, most of the webbing appears to be underground. Although you are seeing in the distance of this like surface layer of this surface area of this layer are these gigantic like rock spires that stick up out of the ground, and between these rock spires are tremendous webs. Like they've got to be the size of cities.
So
these webs.
We're seeing a break in some sort of cavern system or mountain or something.
Yes.
We're looking out. Okay. I was struggling to understand. Okay, gotcha. And does the cave just end at this like lip that goes into the ravine, or does it like continue and then we're just like seeing like a brief like window?
It ends. This is a dead end.
Oh. Okay. Yikes.
You can go back into the cave system and keep navigating if you wish, but the water is here. There's a waterfall that kind of crests actually right over the opening of the cave. So like
into a ravine.
Into a ravine.
That
so
is
the water's
part
coming
of
from above.
The ravine is part of the caves that we're in.
Yes, it looks like it might be more of that network far down below.
Okay. Well, we could either try to find a way down, or we have to turn around and find a different path.
Forward, right? We have to proceed somehow.
Right, we can't spend too much time just checking different paths. I mean, how long would it take for us to walk down this where we are?
Probably like a good 10 minutes.
What's that? I gotta turn my aura off again. I need to stop trying to cast this every time I think something's gonna happen.
I can cast fly on myself.
Why not get on broom and
Or that.
And I guess it is your broom, and he hands it to Ina.
It can fit 2 people.
Yes. Funny drow man, he needs a broom.
Don't need it, but anybody who cannot fly?
I'm good. Verna's good, I know.
I had my own broom. It is gone now.
There's a broom here. It's gone now. Uno's good.
So who cannot fly?
Dune has the fly spell, so he can cast it on himself.
Dune's
the
also
same-
loaded with spell points.
The same
Yeah.
is true for 7, but
I-
if there's space on the broom, he will fly on the broom.
The Minos still have her wings out. I forgot how long it lasts.
It lasts for an hour. I
Has
don't
it
know
been
when
an
you can.
hour?
I think it's been over an hour at this point. Yeah.
Well then, fuck. I don't know if I could fly. I don't remember how long I can't use it for.
You roll a 1d12, and that's the
That's
number
right.
of hours.
Well, let me do
So
that now.
hope you roll low. 6 hours.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I also need to fly. What about Carpuncle? Do we have Carpuncle?
I think so.
Yeah, if you have the bag of holding.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll pull out Carpuncle.
I can't believe we named it.
Yes,
Clamber
long as-
onto the. Unfortunately, it's very slow.
It is
It's
slow.
it's slow if you have too many people on it. That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
You can only carry so much
I
weight
think it
before it
speeds
starts
like
slowing
40
down.
or 50.
It's
Oh,
like
okay.
40, I think, and then it goes to 20 if you have a higher than a certain weight, and then after a second threshold, it can't fly at all.
40 is still a pretty slow fly speed, since I think most are 60.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's a mass.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
It's a
And fast
Vespa,
flying.
not a motorbike.
Yeah.
As long as we're all in agreement to go down, then everyone get ready for the descent.
What?
Good movie.
Oh. I don't think I've seen. Is there a movie? Is there a movie called The Descent?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's a horror
Definitely,
movie.
Ooh.
definitely have not seen it.
It's a horror movie about being stuck in a cave system.
Nice.
Oh,
Hey,
right.
that's
It's
where we
really
are.
scary.
I just accidentally made a reference that was like topical. That's very
Damn,
funny.
Real shit.
You did it. Okay, so you all hop up on the carpet or with your own means of contrivance, and you skirt around the edge of the waterfall and begin following it down toward the ravine thousands of feet below you. As you descend past this waterfall toward the ravine, you get a better look at the spires in the distance, and those spider webs that are crisscrossing across the space, you get the impression that this was likely spun by some absolutely gargantuan creature.
Would from my memory, would these match the size of oh my god, I already forgot her name again. The lady in the sickle, the demon lady.
Oh no, this is so big. This is
I don't remember
so
how big she is.
she's like a huge size creature, so she's maybe like 15, 20 feet tall.
Gotcha.
But this is on the order of magnitude of like these spires, like you're looking at it at a distance. These spires of rock are jutting up probably thousands of feet in the air, and there is a spider web crisscrossing them.
Oh boy.
Golly.
That's too big. This Tarrasque of spiders.
You continue descending toward that ravine, and as you do so, the ashen gray sky starts to get darker. It seems to be, if there was a sun or a celestial body anywhere in this layer, it's almost like there's an eclipse happening. The realm is being cast in shadow. I want everyone to give me a perception check.
Uh-oh.
Boy.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Did Mel like do something to me? It was the third 20 I've rolled. I've also
Yeah.
rolled 20. This is the third 20 I've rolled tonight. What the fuck?
20,
So
27.
34.
Wow. Okay. So, is Mel back yet? Guess not. He said back, but then he didn't roll, so
You might have gotten summoned again.
pulled away again. Okay. So I will say that as this darkness encompasses the land, Goff, you and I think 7 is probably as perceptive enough as at this, and also Mido. You cast your eyes toward the distance, toward further spires and large bodies of mountain ranges that seem to encompass the horizon. Those spires start to move,
Oh my god.
and that is no mountain range.
Oh my god.
A tremendous
Uh-oh.
hair-covered arachnid
No.
No.
blotting out the sky starts to rise up on tremendous spindly legs.
I don't think the pistol threshold even applies to this thing.
We're having a Pikmin experience right now, gang.
This thing is probably the size of a small, let me put it this way, Goff. This thing is probably the size of Ira Crackbreaker.
Whoa! I thought you were gonna say like a town.
Nope.
That's big. That's very big. That's incomprehensibly big. That's bigger than the Kraken.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I don't like that spider. It's
But
too big.
you are so infinitesimally small to be just beneath its notice. Fortunately.
We are the spiders to the spider.
Don't worry, 7. I don't think it's going to notice us. I think we're too small.
Oh, what a
But we
relief.
need to get out of here.
You watch as this continent-sized creature rises up on its legs. And then there's this sound that reverberates across the landscape as what you thought were mountains on its back. They are not mountains.
Oh no.
They are gargantuan eggs.
Oh.
And each one explodes, and armies of spiders start cascading down its
Could
side.
they not
and
just hatch like normal things?
No.
This sucks, dude.
they start skittering across the landscape. And at that moment, you descend down through the ravine and mercifully out of sight.
Oh my
I'm so
God.
glad that we didn't. This is me saying
Hey,
that out
Val.
of character for the record.
Yeah.
That sucked.
That was really bad. Goff usually has a pretty like stoic composure. After we go out of sight, he just does that thing where you put the palm of your hand on your forehead and you're just like he just kind of like very visibly is like
Nope.
like, oh boy.
Hey, you know what? Actually, fuck this.
Adventure over. I'm done.
No thanks.
You descend down into this ravine and into more cavern systems. Goff and 7, I'd say with those perception checks, I'll keep using the ones that you rolled before. That terrifying display outside was not the only thing that you seem to have catch wind of, but in the spider webbing that cascades down the mountainside adjacent to the waterfall behind you, you couldn't shake the feeling that there was something skittering about there as well, perhaps.
Wait, scattering where?
Behind you. So you followed the waterfall down into the ravine, and on the wall adjacent to that waterfall was webbing.
Oh.
And you get the feeling like you are being followed or being watched, but you're not quite sure by what.
It
I-
would be so nice if it was an abyssal chicken.
What were you gonna say, Alex?
I was just going to say that, I believe something is watching us.
I feel the same thing. Everyone eyes up. We are not alone.
Okay.
Let us try to find some solid ground before we deal with whatever that is.
You descend into the cave system once more. Once again, in darkness. Leaving behind that eldritch display above, you return to these featureless systems. Why don't you give whoever's leading this progression, if you'll give me a survival check, see if you can kind of figure out which way to go.
I guess I would be.
I give it to two people.
I'll assist. I don't mean to keep hogging rolls, but I do hear survival
I'm
check, and I
listening. You're
do.
good at.
I do hear the word survival check.
Were you here for what just happened?
No, sorry, I just
Oh
got
my
back
God.
again.
Falk painted a very vivid picture, and
Bone.
we were all very upset with him for it.
Oh, damn it!
It was a very large spider.
He described we were looking out through a break in the whatever sort of structure we're in, and to put it simply, he described the size of the spider outside as bigger than Ire Cragbreaker.
Oh.
Also, there are tons of exploding eggs with smaller but still big spiders on it.
Yep.
They're everywhere. It's bad.
So
We're
who was giving
leaving.
me that check?
I rolled a 30. I rolled a 19 on the
Was
dice.
Verna also going to do a survival?
Did I not?
I didn't.
Oh, I did. Yeah,
No.
14. So Garbo.
That's a perception. Oh,
Oh wait, what?
that was a perception check up above, right?
Oh, there we go.
Okay, 13.
I'll take a 20. I'll take a nat 20. Oh wait.
You don't get advantage on ability checks.
F.
So 13. I'd say between the two of you, you catch. Your hearing catches some strange sounds in the distance. These sounds are unlike the normal chittering that you've been hearing around you. I think at this point you've probably established that the chittering that you're hearing in the distance, it belongs to probably lower level intelligence, like spiders that are just kind of wandering about, clicking their mandibles. I don't know if spiders have mandibles, whatever.
Yellow.
But this sounds different. You're hearing this sound that is almost like
No fucking way.
I don't like that.
What, does it sound familiar? Have I heard that sound before?
No, you've never heard
Red.
this before.
I've heard Red make that sound.
Monk
None
noises.
of you have heard this sound.
We
None of you have
haven't
heard this sound.
Wait, huh?
We have?
Well, these characters.
These characters have not heard this sound.
These
before.
particular characters have not heard this sound before. Perhaps another set of characters has heard this sound before.
I'm not picking up what you're putting down. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Is that the sound the chicken made?
Perhaps.
Is that the void chicken? Oh my god.
Is that the sound the void chicken made? Did it go blah, blah, blah?
It did kind of go blah blah blah.
Did it?
Did it?
I don't remember the sounds it made.
I remember it was a blah blah blah, blah noise.
If it's the fucking abyssal chicken.
I was joking about it being the abyssal chicken, but it's
Oh,
the actual
okay.
abyssal chicken. I'm gonna be so happy.
I don't think it's the abyssal chicken.
But what if it is?
It'd be too easy.
I don't know.
I don't
You just
know.
hear Goff, you just hear the sound in the distance.
I don't know what that is, but I hear something that's not a normal spider. Well, normal for here.
You hear, in addition to that, you hear like these little pitter patter feet. Blap, 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 blap.
Oh my
god. It really is the chicken. Oh my god.
Sizzle couldn't find it.
How far away is it from
You
us?
have to take care
It
of it.
sounds like it's coming down one of the adjacent tunnels. It could be far, it could be near. You can't tell because of the way that the sound bounces off the walls. But it's weird. It's a weird sound.
We're still descending, right?
No, you're on solid ground at this point.
Oh, I thought we were still going down. We've hit
We've
hit where the water meets the ground.
Yes,
Did you
and
guys hear?
the water feeds out down some of these passageways as well.
Did you guys hear Mel turn into Birdo?
No.
But I believe you that he did.
Me too.
I don't remember what Birdo sounds like.
Wow.
That is the noise that Mel
sound
makes.
in me.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know what that is, but be ready.
Okay.
Are we? What is our navigational options right now?
There's the direction of wherever that sound is coming from, as well as another couple of tunnels where the water that was coming down from the waterfall forks and goes in both of those directions. If you want to keep following the water.
I think it's gotten us this far. We should probably continue to follow the water.
Well, you're the nature guy.
Yes. That is accurate, I suppose.
It was a compliment.
Thank you.
So you're gonna continue following the.
Yeah.
Okay. You lead the party down this one of these tunnels that has this river flowing through it. As you stand along the banks, you can't help but notice on the adjacent side of this river, scuttling along the wall, you just see hundreds and hundreds of tiny spiders just skittering about. Some of them, like these swarms of spiders, appear to stop briefly and orient themselves, almost as if they're watching you, and then they just skitter on.
Is that sound that we heard still following it? Is it still coming towards
Yes, you
it?
actually hear it coming down the tunnel toward you. You just hear the plap, 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 getting closer, and you just hear it going. Blah, 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 blah.
I think at this point, like, Ida's curiosity is getting the better of her, and she's sending the dancing lights down to see.
Ina is looking after.
Ina, you turn around toward the way you just came, and you hold the dancing lights out, and you just hear plap, 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 as something is running toward you. And you see a shadow in the distance. It's like very diminutive, probably like a foot tall, running toward you. It doesn't appear to be alone. You hear the sound of other footsteps running toward you, shadows in the distance, rushing through the tunnels in your direction. What do you do?
Guys,
do we all hear it?
At this point, you hear like a small force of like of creatures running in your direction, full speed. You hear their footsteps behind you.
Fucking pivot, staff out, pointed, ready for.
It's out.
Yeah, Ida's gonna like position herself in front of Uno.
Una's going
Nice.
to
Seven.
draw
As-
her sunblade.
as you
Seven
all
leans into a shadow and teleports somewhere else.
as you all start taking up positions and readying yourself, holding your breath. Blap, 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 blap. And then, rushing past you, you see this small creature with its wings out and this big gaping fanged maw with a like a almost like a lizard's tongue sticking out, going "Blah, blah, 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 blah," and then it just
my
runs
God.
right. It runs right past you. It runs past your group and keeps running down the tunnel.
Huh.
Goth, another shadow, larger,
Uh-oh.
jumps out of the darkness toward you. And Roscoe jumps on you.
Oh!
I
knew it.
Good boy.
Yay!
A big hug.
He gives you a big hug. He's licking your face.
Oh.
And it's at that moment
Aw.
that the other shadows make themselves known as Sissel and Heraith and Esmond and Kauta and Roberta Jackson and
Oh my
Ellen
god.
Ellen like
Oh.
materializes out of
step
the...
out. All step out of the darkness.
Seven's
Oh,
gonna step out of
man.
a shadow right behind them. Oh, it's you guys.
What was that? Ina goes, what was that thing that was with you? Were you with that thing?
Did you see where it went?
Oh, it ran
way.
that way.
Okay. Good to know. I'll be right back. So starts making her way towards the...
That's the point.
What? I'm just glad that you're all alive.
Also,
What
hi Gav,
happened?
it's really nice to see you, okay?
Yeah.
That's a friend.
All right.
Did you pick it up? Why didn't you pick it up?
I
It's going to hurt you. You're so much bigger than that.
don't put this on me. I'm not the fast one.
It's probably going to get stuck in some spider web somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Is everyone?
Big
Is
warning,
anyone?
there was a big giant spider over there, so don't go that way.
Oh, where?
I point to where we came from.
Giant is almost not even saying it. It's colossal. It's mountain sized.
It's really gross.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what was the last thing that the other half of the group did.
You stopped a demon ritual and
That's
jumped
right.
into a
That's
teleportation
They
circle.
fell into the Did anything weird happen? Because I know that we didn't have like the maximum number of thingies.
You were gonna suffer damage, but didn't because you succeeded on the save. And then
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
you got pulled into the blood rift, same as this group did, and you ended up in the spinning dark. That's basically what
Oh
happened.
boy.
Is anyone severely hurt? Is everything okay?
I think we're... Wait, hold on. Wrong character.
I'm a little banged up, but
As you look at
could be
Roberta
worse.
Jackson, she, like Dune and Uno, has a slight miscoloration to her skin.
Menia.
Hmm.
It's okay, I do it too.
There is
Almost like purples or reds, like changing in color.
being here is doing something to most of us.
You know
We
what?
can't.
I'm having a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make the mansion. If we wanted to get in the good night's sleep, I could just make a portal to the mansion.
What about the time?
I mean, the time is definitely a problem, but also us dying is also a problem. How overwhelming is the time crunch in here? I know that we have to find.
We don't really know. We just know that I think Damian Reese said that it could. There's really no way to know how much time we have, right? Didn't he?
You
just
know
basically-
from speaking with Dave the Demon
Oh,
that
yeah. That it's already
The-
underway. Yeah.
that the assault on the prime material is already underway.
Right. Okay.
That's right. Yeah,
Well, it's not-
I'll convey that.
That is a problem.
It is a problem, but if we, if us getting a rest without succumbing to whatever the hell is happening isn't out of the question, but we should probably avoid it.
Before we left, this is Ellen. Before we left, I did contact Zalenthis and told my father to round up whoever we could to, I guess, make sure that everything was safe. I also contacted the academy because I figured they would be able to pinpoint extraplanar incursions. But so, I guess the Global Alliance has to band together for a little longer than we expected.
So our two options are we either try to make this as fast as possible and risk whatever the fuck is happening to us, or we spend the night in the mansion and risk something weird happening on the surface.
Well, something bad happening to us and us failing would also mean something bad happening on the surface, or in the prime
Do
material.
we have any way to communicate to anyone back on the prime material just to see how things are looking
We
up
have
there?
Walden's earring frequency.
Might not be a bad idea to check in with him every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. I guess Ellen could do that. Hey, and goes to her earring to go. Walden, are you there?
You hear the sound on the other side of your earring. That's almost like, when you're tuning a radio.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that, and then just static.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Can't contact Walden.
That's not
good.
good.
And us being where we are, I would rather not have Goff use his magic. I do have a sending stone to my wife, but that only lets me send one message per day.
Will it even work up here if Goff's magic doesn't work?
We haven't tried Goff's magic. And
Are we talking about sending?
Yes, sending.
I mean, sending could work. It has a 5% chance to fail if we're on a different plane.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also our earrings were supposed to have infinite range even across dimensions, and we can't contact Walden.
Mm. If you want me to send a message, I'll do it, but we have to make sure that we have like a clear, concise message.
If anything, we'd need an update to see how the surface is doing. If there's first of all, that we have news that we know for sure that or at least you guys know for sure that the prime material is currently actively being attacked. So if they don't know that, they can be ready, I suppose, and then also ask how everything is looking.
You want me to send a message for that?
Do we want to use one of Goff's?
I'll do it. I just wanted to clarify.
I mean, it could be our decision maker. Like,
yeah, it could be.
If shit is bad, then we're going, and if shit is not bad, then we can maybe.
Well, 8 hours is a lot of time.
That is a lot of time.
It is a lot. Well, for 1, 2, 3, 4 of us, it's only 4 hours.
That doesn't really change anything.
I know.
We're not going to move in separate parties. At least not arranged like that anyway.
Yeah. We have two decisions, basically.
I can use the settings. Who should I send the message to? Walden, maybe?
Zelenthis, I think.
Zelenthis? Would Zelenthis
She-
be able to... Whoever will be able to quickly get information across to everyone around the globe.
Yeah, Zelenthis
Yeah,
was the
Zelenthis
one.
is-
She
Okay.
was like during the pale moons thing. She was the one who like organized the globe.
Yeah,
Right,
Zelenthis
okay.
was kind of mission control for a lot of things. So
Yeah.
So what were the 2 points I need to make?
We got confirmation that all the demon princes are like on the invasion to the prime material right now, and also we wanted to ask how it was looking and if like we could have time to if it was like looking super dire.
yeah, like, do we have 8 hours?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, I'm gonna cast sending to Zelenthis.
Before you even get the message out of your mouth, or in your head, whatever, you begin to cast it as you have done so many times before, and you immediately get feedback like static exploding in your ear.
Oh,
Ooh.
I have
why?
You do not use the spell points, but the spell
This
doesn't
is
happen.
what? That's so weird.
I think this is our answer. If it's not working, something bad is happening.
Well, I think that there's something about the abyss right now that's messing with our ability to communicate. I don't know if it necessarily means that the invasion's messing with everyone else's ability to receive it.
Yeah.
'Cause I didn't even use a spell. I didn't even actually consume the energy. It just didn't. It just stopped me immediately.
I think we're in too deep.
Which sounds like more of an abyss thing than a.
Still, if that's the case, I would rather assume it's something. I don't know if we're in character or out of character. I would rather assume the worst, and
So you think that we can't spare the rest? We just need to go.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of feeling the same way.
Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
kind of feeling the same way.
Yeah, as
Short of trying to mess with Zenori again, but that might not work as well this time.
we might, if we try to come back, we might end up in Zenoria's abyss.
Well, not necessarily. It's a plane shift spell.
But the time is weird there, so who knows what could happen. That might not be a thing we want to mess with.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's. I mean, I still have. The problem is that people are getting corrupted, and I don't have enough spell points to greater restore everybody.
Make it
I'm not
fast.
even sure. I'm not even sure that greater restoration would cleanse it entirely. It may only do one little bit of it, based on how this mechanic is working. So
Yeah, I think our best bet is to just try and fucking book it.
All right.
yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to.
Okay.
What?
No, I was just gonna say okay.
All right. Shall we move on?
Follow the chicken!
We don't have much time, so yes.
All right.
I'll keep an eye out for the chicken.
Sissel runs into the distance, chasing after the abyssal chicken, and you all follow. And as you continue your winding journey through the spinning dark, that is where we'll end tonight's session. We'll pick up next week.
What a fucking session.
What a
Yeah.
fucking session! Holy shit!
Crazy.
Lord.
We did some wild shit.
God.
I
I
went
have
through-
never been happier to fail a bunch of wisdom saves.
Oh, we say that now.
You say that now.
Oh, it's gonna be juicy later
Oh,
on.
it only gets sexier from here.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Whatever. Whatever.
Hey, maybe you'll get your chance.
You just gotta fail the wisdom saves, Lauren.
Sorry, I'm too wise.
Honestly, given how bad Uno's wisdom is, it's a miracle that she hasn't fucking like started the process yet. But
You've started the process. You just haven't turned super
well,
evil yet.
isn't as far along as some of the others are, I suppose.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Oh shit, Ida has greater restoration. Sorry, Goff.
Well, it's good to know for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we call Uno. People keep calling Uno a healer character, but really she's only got like mass cure wounds and like maybe a emergency. Well, okay, partial healer, mostly utility.
Ina is like a little bit of heal with greater restoration, and I think she has cure wounds, but mostly she's here to hit hard.
Yeah, Uno does have some emergency revivify, but like it's an emergency revivify.
Mm-hmm.
She's also got. Sorry, I don't remember. I don't remember taking this, but she's got oil of slipperiness. So if you need some kind of lube, she's got you
Oh my
covered.
god.
God, of course.
Oh my god.
I don't remember putting that there, but apparently I did.
Something to give me the slipperiest bottom imaginable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm a little proud of the stupid little Feywild joke I put in where like when we were discussing in character what we could give to the Kraken, Ida leans over to Uno and goes, "Do we have someone's name we can give him?"
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, incredible. Did not think you were going to befriend the slimes.
Why not?
I honestly didn't either, but I'm so glad we did.
Ida's
They're
already
so
thinking we gotta
cute.
go back for them. We gotta go
what-
back for
How do
them.
we rescue the slimes?
Since we've left the swamp of mirrors, can I ask what solution did you anticipate we were going to go with to try and get out of there? I'm so curious because we were stuck on that for a while.
I think I don't really come up with anticipated solutions.
Fair
I
enough.
don't do that. I just sort of like come up with a scenario and see how you try to creatively solve it.
In this case.
In this case, it's befriending the slimes and giving the Kraken access to the internet. Which, honestly, I think is the best possible
Like that was
solution.
really clever. And I will let you know this. That feeble mind idea would have worked. Krakens do not have legendary resistances.
Damn.
Fuck!
But they do have high intelligence, so he might have just saved.
He might have just saved, but I think you have a pretty high save, don't you?
Not as high as Sissel's. Let me look and see what her save actually is. I don't think it's that high. It's 19.
Oh, well, in that case, let me look at what Krakens get, because I know they have a high wisdom saving modifier. They do have a plus 13 to int, so he would have only had to roll a 6 or higher.
Oh, actually, if you cast it from a Bard of Instruments, that counts as like a charm, doesn't it? So he would have had a disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yeah.
Ooh.
So
wait.
Well, you would have had to have the feeble mind spell on the.
Oh, I thought it was cast a spell,
Oh no, anything
as a
that
focus.
uses that as a focus. Yeah, you're right. Well, feeble mind's not a charm spell, is it?
Oh, is it not?
Feeble Mind it's an enchantment spell. It's it's not.
Oh, that must have been what I was thinking of. Yeah.
I mean, it would have worked, but what it would have meant was that he wouldn't have had access to the spells that I gave him. But he would have still just been a fucking Kraken in his lair and would have just attacked you with physical attacks constantly.
Yeah, the other thing that I was thinking about, which may not have actually worked with. Hold on, let me. Okay, that's
I was trying to do the Justin McElroy sallow.
Oh
boy.
I was like, it was not the voice I was.
Hear that.
Yeah, I heard it too, but I was not. I was just like taken aback because I was not anticipating that voice for the Kraken. I was expecting like a deep bellow.
No,
not the guy who's got book jaundice.
I was going for the book jaundice, man.
Yeah.
Which means that giving him the internet was probably the best thing you could have done.
I truly hope that we see ripples of that in our next campaign.
I don't. You won't, because there's not going to be
It's a different
it's gonna be
world.
A different abyss.
Yeah.
But it's still
the
funny
abyss
to think
not?
about.
Oh, I didn't know I thought the abyss was shared.
Nope.
I didn't know it was
The
per.
there it's like a wheels and spokes kind of
Oh, okay.
concept where like Sigil is the actual true center of the multiverse, and you have like a prime material and distinct planes.
So it like every iteration has its own like elemental
Yes.
plane, and okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing that I had in mind for if you were actually going to fight it was I have a spell called Bestow Curse.
Yeah, it's a good spell.
It's fucking good. For a 3rd level spell, it's pretty fucking
it's good. I mean,
I was going to use Eye Bite. Very excited to use Eye Bite.
Oh, I have Eye Bite too.
Dune had Hold Monster, and he has a DC 25 save.
Oh.
So
Damn,
yeah, that's
Dune.
very high. That's also, isn't that a, wait, is that a Wisdom?
That is a Wisdom save, and the Kraken would have had a plus 11 to Wisdom, but with a DC 25, it means he would have had to get a 14 or higher.
Golly.
To succeed.
Golly gee. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna cry that we didn't have to fight a Kraken.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna cry that we didn't have to fight a Kraken because we gave the Kraken internet access.
God, that was
I cannot emphasize enough that we gave the Kraken internet access.
I still
so funny.
in disbelief.
The epilogue of this campaign is going to be someone like Walden arguing with the Kraken online.
Oh my god.
In a web forum.
Please.
I can't wait till we have to explain to Walden why we lost the bow net.
But it's funny though. It's so
I
mean, he has others. He has other tablets you can buy.
Oh my god.
I wonder if this will result in the Kraken purposefully shrinking his form so he can more easily interact with the Bowdnet tablet.
But also,
so he can harass Walden on his listserv,
Yeah.
What happens when Walden comes up with better, like a new like model of tablet
Web 2.0
with better like internet connection that can do more than 3 searches a day?
Web 2.0, yeah.
Yeah.
We're next time
Kraken's
we see the
still on
Kraken.
dial-up.
Or next time we see the Kraken, he's gonna be wearing an Ahegao shirt.
No.
I so deeply want to introduce the Kraken to hentai. I think it would be exceedingly funny.
Is there gonna be an anime convention in Arcadia?
Why not, Falcon?
Wait,
no, that'll be in the next campaign.
Yeah.
I will put
makes
a convention.
Who in Fortune would make anime?
Kendry, hello.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yes, of course.
From prison?
Yeah, she's drawing manga.
Yeah. You know, you got your prison ships, you got your prison anime. Same diff. Oh god.
Oh.
That was fun, y'all.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of came up with a lot of that on the spot. I had ideas mostly centered around combat, but I didn't. I was like, yeah, let's roll with this and see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop recording.
I am